Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story.
I was a truck driver for 12 years, and I thought I had already seen the worst that American highways could throw at a person. Jackknifed semis in black ice, drunks coming the wrong way at 3 a.m., bodies covered with yellow tarps on the side of the road. You get numb to a lot of things when your life is measured in mile markers and gas receipts. But there is one route I will never take again, and one name I still cannot say out loud without feeling my throat close up. His name was Evan, and officially, he is just another driver who went missing on a run. The company filed the report. The cops wrote their paperwork. His family got a sympathetic phone call and not much else. They say he probably pulled off somewhere, got robbed, got carjacked, maybe just decided to disappear. Highways swallow people all the time. That is the story everyone is comfortable with. The problem is, I was there the night he vanished, and I know exactly where he was the last time he screamed. It was not on the side of some random road. It was hanging upside down from a meat hook in the basement of a slaughterhouse that, according to every official record I have found, burned to the ground in 1982. I am writing this to your channel because I do not know what else to do with it. The police in Mississippi listened to about 10 minutes of my statement before they started trading looks over my head. The therapist my old company sent me to smiled and used words like trauma response and survivor's guilt. They did not see what I saw under that building. They did not smell what I smelled. They did not sit in a hospital bed with dried blood still in their hair while a detective calmly explained that the place I had just escaped from had been abandoned for decades. If you are hearing this, you are probably in a safer place than I am while I record it. Maybe you are in your car. Maybe you are washing dishes in your kitchen. Maybe you are lying in bed with your phone face down on the pillow beside you. Wherever you are, I need you to understand one thing before I start from the beginning. When a trucker disappears on a highway run, they do not always end up in a shallow grave or on a missing person poster. Some of them go somewhere else. And in the basement of that abandoned meat plant, I found out what they do with missing truckers. 1.1, 2 in the morning in Columbus. It is 2 in the morning in Columbus, Ohio, and my apartment sounds like it is coming apart in slow motion. The walls are thin enough that I can hear the guy next door breathing through his mouth while some late-night sitcom laughs for him. A car with a bad muffler rattles past on the street below, climbs the hill, and fades into the kind of winter silence that only happens after midnight in a cheap neighborhood. The fridge in the corner shudders every few minutes like it is trying to die, but debt will not let it. The kitchen light is a buzzing fluorescent tube that turns everything the color of spoiled milk. I am sitting at the wobbly little table that came with the place, my laptop open in front of me, and Gmail glowing on the screen. The subject line says, "Story submission, missing trucker and the Garnett meat plant." Under that is a blinking cursor and a whole lot of white space. I used to be really good at starting things. Back when my life was mile markers and fuel receipts and bad coffee, it was easy. You put the truck in gear, pull onto the ramp, and the highway does the rest. There was always a next town, a next load, a next night. You did not have to think too hard about where it was all going. These days, everything feels like this email window. Too bright, too quiet. waiting for me to say something that will not sound insane. I lean back in the chair, listen to the building breathe. Somewhere in the hallway, a pipe knocks 3 times as the heat kicks on. The vent under the window coughs out a dusty sigh. Outside in the parking lot, a door slams and someone mutters, their voice muffled through the glass. All the ordinary sounds of a cheap complex on the edge of the city. Normal, harmless. Then, under all of it, I hear that other sound, the one that does not belong here. Scurp, scurp, scurp. It is faint, like it is coming from just beneath the floor. A dragging noise, wet, slow, heavy. Each stroke long enough for my brain to picture the motion behind it. Something being pulled across rough concrete, grazing metal as it goes. When I first moved in, I thought it was my downstairs neighbor moving furniture at weird hours. But the unit below me is empty. Management said that when I signed the lease. Nobody under you, nobody above you, just the guy next door. The woman in the office said, tapping the floor plan with her pen. You'll like the peace and quiet. Scrap. This time it comes with a tiny vibration in the soles of my feet, through the table legs, like whatever is down there is passing directly under me. I rest my fingers on the keyboard and tell myself not to look at the floor. That is the trick I picked up after Garnett, after the hospital and the questions and the weeks of not sleeping. You can hear a lot of things and still function, as long as you do not let yourself go hunting for the source. The fridge coughs and settles. The fluorescent light hums. From outside comes a distant siren and the soft hiss of tires on wet pavement. Scrp, scrp. I exhale slowly and force my eyes back to the screen. Dear True Horror Stories. I type it, then delete it, then type it again. It looks stupid. It looks like the start of a made-up email people send you all the time. I know your channel is probably buried in that kind of thing. This happened to my cousin. I swear this is real. Please read my story. It will blow your mind. The difference is, I have already tried telling this story to the people who were supposed to listen. I told it to the state trooper in Mississippi who met me in a hospital room that smelled like antiseptic and burnt plastic, with dried blood still matted in my hair. He listened for maybe 10 minutes, then started asking me about how many hours I had been driving before the accident, what medications I was on, whether I had a history of mental illness. I told it to the therapist my old company paid for, a woman with soft hands and a soft voice and a framed degree on the wall behind her. She nodded a lot, said things like survivor's guilt and intrusive imagery, and wrote words down in a notebook without ever spelling them out for me. The only time she looked even a little rattled was when I started describing the smell, and even then she hid it pretty well. I told it to a priest in the town where I grew up, one winter afternoon when I was desperate enough to sit in a cold wooden pew again. He listened longer than the others, to his credit. He did not interrupt when I talked about the hooks or the skulls. But when I got to the part about the date on the newspaper photo, he closed his eyes and started talking about evil taking many forms and unanswered questions, and I could feel him backing away from the details. People can handle evil in the abstract. What they do not like is the weight and texture and sound of it. Scrp. The noise comes again, a little longer this time. I feel it in the table and the skinny metal legs of the chair. For half a second, it is not the apartment floor I am sitting over, but sheet steel and cross members and the hollow space under the cab of a truck. Every vibration coming up through the pedals into my feet. Under the chassis, something being dragged from the dark up toward the light. I rub my forearms, notice goosebumps. My hands are trembling just enough to make the cursor shake on the screen. I do not want to look like that in front of anyone, even a glowing rectangle. My name is Tom Graham, and I used to be a long-haul truck driver. I let the sentence sit there. It looks blunt, like a confession. Maybe that is good. Maybe that is what this has to be. For 12 years, I drove freight back and forth across the country. California to New Jersey, Texas to Oregon, Florida to Chicago. If it could be loaded into a trailer and hauled for $1 a mile, I have probably pulled it. Produce, furniture, auto parts, pallets of things wrapped so tight in plastic that you never saw what was really under there. I have driven through whiteout blizzards in Wyoming and lightning storms in Oklahoma, and that weird blue-black pre-dawn on the outskirts of every major city where the roads are almost empty, but the air smells like stale coffee and hot breaks. You see a lot of bad things in that line of work. Deers exploded across the shoulder, cars upside down in ditches with their headlights still on. Once, outside Amarillo, I watched a minivan burn in the median while traffic crawled past and nobody looked too closely. There is a kind of numbness that settles in when you spend that much time watching other people's disasters in your mirrors. You start to think that as long as you keep moving, as long as you keep it between the lines and hit your delivery windows, the worst things will always happen to somebody else. I thought I had a pretty solid grasp on what the worst could look like. Until the night we took the shortcut off I-20 and followed the sign for a town that, on paper, had not existed for decades. The cursor blinks at the end of the sentence. The fluorescent tube flickers once, making the whole kitchen shudder in dim light. Under my feet, scrap, scrap, scrap. It stops directly below where I am sitting, like whatever is making that noise has reached the right spot. For a moment, there is nothing else. No TV through the wall, no distant traffic, no hum of the fridge. Just that echo of weight and wetness and concrete hanging in the air. I swallow and clamp my hands back on the keyboard before I can stand up and do something stupid like stomp on the floor or press my ear to it. Distractions are how this thing wins. They are how it drags the night out until you have to convince yourself that what you heard was a dream. I force myself to breathe slowly, in through the nose, out through the mouth, the way the therapist taught me for panic attacks and flashbacks. It works just enough that I can feel my fingers again. You do not have to believe any of this, I type. That part is important. It takes the pressure off both of us. You, because you can treat this like just another story to listen to while you drive or wash dishes or try to fall asleep. Me, because I can finally let some of it out without worrying about whether anyone signs their name under it in an official report. I stare at the line for a long time. The apartment creaks. Somewhere far off, a freight train blows its horn, long and low. Then I add one more sentence. I'm not writing this to scare you. I'm writing this so it is not only living in my head. 1.2. Things everybody knows about highways. There are things everybody knows about American highways. At least everybody who lives on them long enough. None of it's in the CDL handbook. Nobody prints it on the back of a fuel receipt. But you pick it up one night at a truck stop over bad coffee, and then you start seeing the patterns. Some stretches of interstate you just do not pull over on after dark. It is not about ghosts or monsters. It is about people. A certain rest area off I-10 where lot lizards bang on your door in groups and get mean if you do not open up. A pull-off outside Memphis where guys disappear into the tree line and somehow never make it back to their rigs. A way station in Oklahoma everyone swears is haunted, but what they really mean is that the cops there are bored and bitter and looking to ruin someone's week. Then there are the truck stops that feel wrong. Not dangerous, exactly. Just wrong. The diner is open, the pumps work, the lights are on, but the air feels thick, like you are breathing somebody else's dream. The same three old men sit at the counter no matter what time of day you walk in. The same song is playing on the jukebox, only halfway audible, like it is coming from underwater. The waitress looks at you like she already watched you die somewhere else. People have names for those places. Zombie stops, ghost stops, time loop stops. You still fuel there if you have to, but you do not sleep there unless you are desperate. And then there are the signs. Every driver has a list in his head of billboards that never change. You see them year after year, decade after decade, no matter what's happening to the world around them. Town slogans for towns that no one seems to visit. Jesus saves, injury lawyer, adult superstore, next exit. You do 3 laps around the country and realize some of those signs are more permanent than the businesses they advertise. You pass one in Nebraska that promises world's best pecan pie at exit 87, even though the diner there has been boarded up since before you were born. The wood warps, the paint fades, but the sign hangs on because somebody forgot to take it down, or because nobody's in charge, or because something needs it to stay. Once in a while, you hear about a sign for a town that is not on the map anymore. A name that used to be there and got erased after a flood or a fire or economic restructuring, which is just a polite way of saying everyone left and no one bothered coming back. The atlas doesn't show it. Google Maps acts like you typed it wrong. The DOT doesn't list it as an exit. But there on the shoulder is a green reflective marker that says it's 6 miles ahead, still pointing you toward a place that officially no longer exists. Those are the stories that float around at 3 in the morning in the smoking section at the bigger truck stops. The ones with the showers that never really get clean and the slot machines that nobody admits to using. That is where I first heard about Highway 93 and the Garnett meat plant. It was a winter night in Arkansas, the kind where the cold gets into your clothes and stays there even after you come inside. I had a load of frozen vegetables headed to Florida and a couple of hours to kill before my clock ran out. I was in one of those older travel centers, linoleum floor curling up at the edges, smell of fryer grease ground into the walls. There was an old guy at the next table pushing cold fries around a plate, coffee in front of him that had gone from black to oily rainbow. He had the look of someone who had been doing this longer than I had been alive. Deep lines at the corners of his eyes, hands the color of old leather, company ball cap faded into anonymity. The kind of driver you respect by default. He started talking because I made a joke about the coffee tasting like it had been filtered through an exhaust pipe. One thing led to another, and pretty soon we were swapping war stories. Near misses, bad weather, shady shippers. I mentioned I had a run coming up through Mississippi on 20 and maybe 59, cutting close to 93, and his whole face changed. "You stay off 93 at night," he said. No smile, no banter, just flat. I shrugged it off at first. "A lot of bad stretches out there, old man." "What's special about that one?" He stirred his coffee without drinking it. The spoon clinked the mug in a slow, steady rhythm. Behind us, the TV over the counter showed a basketball game with the sound turned down, so all we got was the squeak of sneakers and the roar of an invisible crowd. "You ever hear of Garnett?" he asked. I frowned, trying to replay maps in my head. "That a town?" "Was," he said. "A long time ago. Little nowhere place in Mississippi. Had a packing plant back there. Slaughterhouse. Big for what it was." He told me about a fire at a place called Garnett Meat and Packing, sometime in the early 80s. How it burned so hot they said the steel beams warped like candy canes. How 20-something people died, some of them trapped in the basement, some never recovered at all. How they shut the whole operation down afterward, boarded everything up, and eventually stopped putting Garnett on the maps at all. Highway runs right past where it used to be, he said. 93. You won't find the town in your GPS, but the sign's still there. I remember the way he looked at me then, like he was checking to see whether I was actually listening or just nodding along. Drivers started going missing near that stretch after the fire, he went on. One here, one there. Rig found on the shoulder, door open, logbook on the seat, driver gone. No blood, no struggle, nothing to say where they went. Cops blame jacking, hitchhikers, wanderlust, whatever. Maybe they're right. Maybe most of them just ran off with somebody else's wife in a different state. He leaned in, dropping his voice. I could smell the burnt coffee on his breath. Obtintre, but there's a story, he said. From the old days. From the guys who were running that lane back when the plant was still cooking. They said sometimes the plant took more than cows. Cattle come in one gate, people come in another. Meat don't care what it used to walk around as, if you grind it fine enough and put the right label on it. He chuckled then, but it sounded forced, like he was trying to turn it into a joke and not quite managing it. If you see a sign for Garnett, he said, tapping the table with one thick finger, don't follow it. I don't care if your GPS tells you it's a shortcut. I don't care if you're an hour behind on your delivery. I don't care if you're falling asleep at the wheel. That plant took more than cows, and some doors don't stay shut. Remember that. I did what you do in those situations. I nodded, stored the story in the same place I kept every other truck stop horror tale, and ordered another coffee. It was creepy, sure, but it felt like a campfire story for people whose campfires were sodium vapor lights and idling Detroit diesels. Every highway community has its legends. Phantom hitchhikers, white light UFOs over the plains, a certain rest area in Utah where you can hear kids laughing even though they fenced off the playground years ago. You listen, you shiver a little, and then you go back to work. Because that is the thing about this life. The road keeps moving, and so do you. I think about those nights now in a way I did not before. The endless black lanes, the glow of the dash, the taste of gas station coffee gone lukewarm in a chipped mug, the rituals that keep you awake when your body begs for sleep, slapping your face, turning the AC up, chewing sunflower seeds until your jaw aches, buying another can of Red Bull you swore you would not touch. You shower when you can, 2 quarters at a time in a stall that smells like mold and cheap body wash. You curl up in your sleeper with the engine off, breath fogging in the cold, because fuel is money and idling eats both. The soundtrack is always the same. The low drone of a diesel engine under your feet, the shudder of wind hitting the trailer broadside, the occasional crackle of the CB radio, some disembodied voice warning about a bear up ahead or a blown tire on the shoulder, the faint hiss of other trucks breathing in the dark. For years, that was my whole world. Asphalt, white lines, and stories. And every time someone brought up Highway 93 or the Garnett plant, I filed it under urban legend, right alongside the vanishing hitchhiker and the lady in white. Because nothing that big, nothing that ugly, could just be left sitting there on the side of a federal highway without someone doing something about it. Right? Scrp. The sound under my floor drags me back to the kitchen table. I freeze with my hands over the keys, pulse stuttering in my neck. The noise is clearer this time. Closer. It starts somewhere near the far wall and travels toward me. A slow, deliberate pull. Scrp. Scrp. Then, when it feels like it is directly beneath my chair, there are two short, dry knocks. Cop. Cop. They are not loud. They are not dramatic. They sound exactly like bone, hard and hollow, tapping concrete. I sit very still. My breath has gone shallow without me noticing. The fluorescent light hums. The fridge clicks on, vibrates for a moment, then steadies. Somewhere, far away, a car door slams and a dog barks twice. Cop. A third, softer knock, almost polite. I press my palms flat against the edge of the table to keep them from shaking and force my eyes back to the laptop screen. The glow of the Gmail draft looks strangely small now, like a doorway I am trying to push this whole thing through. Before that night in Alabama, I remind myself as I start to type again, all of it was just stories. Highway 93, the sign for Garnett, the fire at the plant, the missing drivers, the idea that meat could carry more than what the label said. Before that night, I thought I knew the difference between a scary story and a real one. 1.3. The label on the meat. Before I can get to that night on the highway, I have to talk about something smaller, dumber, the kind of detail you would normally forget by morning. It was a Monday. I only remember that because the store was packed with people who looked like they were already losing an argument with the week. I had just finished another pointless shift, delivering cases of bottled water and soda to convenience stores that smelled like spilled beer and lottery tickets. My arms ached. My back felt like there was a knot buried somewhere I would never reach, and all I wanted was something quick to throw in a pan and knock myself out with. The grocery store was one of the cheap ones, the kind with flickering signs and carts that all pull slightly to the right. Automatic doors wheezed open as I walked in and let out that blast of artificially cold air that smells like detergent, floor cleaner, and 20 different kinds of processed sugar. Muzak played from overhead speakers, some pop song stripped of its lyrics and personality. I moved on autopilot. Bread, cheese, a six-pack of the cheapest beer with a label that looked ashamed of itself. Maybe some lettuce, which I would end up throwing away a week later when it liquefied at the bottom of the crisper drawer. Then to the back, where the meat cases hummed like low white altars under fluorescent lights. You tell yourself you are not going to buy the discounted stuff. Then you look at your bank balance and you do it anyway. The ground beef was stacked in neat rows, each tray wrapped tight in plastic, the dates stamped on white stickers, yellow tags shouting "Manager's Special" like they were proud of the hurry up before it turns color. The meat inside was not that bright pink you see in advertisements. It was a shade darker, bruised, like it had been through something. I picked up one of the trays without really thinking about it. It felt the way supermarket meat always feels. Cold, slightly yielding under my fingers. Moisture condensed on the inside of the plastic, forming a fine, clammy sweat. I turned it over, checked the price, did the math in my head, and dropped it into the basket. There was nothing strange about it. Not yet. The strange part came later, back here in this apartment. The fridge in my kitchen is old enough that it probably once belonged to a better building. Its light takes a second to come on when you open the door, like it is waking up from a nap. I remember that, because when I came home and put the groceries away, the kitchen was dark except for the blue screen of the microwave clock. I bent down, pulled the door open, and the inside of the fridge bloomed into that too bright white. I slid the tray of ground beef onto the middle shelf, pushed it back a little so it would not be the first thing I saw every time I opened the door. Then I rearranged a couple of cans of soda and closed it, thinking more about whether I had the energy to cook than anything else. It was only later, an hour or two after I had showered and sat on the couch doom-scrolling through other people's lives, that the idea of a burger started to sound good. Something greasy to soak up the leftover adrenaline and bile. I padded back into the kitchen in bare feet. The tiles were cold. The fridge hummed, then stopped as if it heard me coming. I opened the door and reached in for the tray without looking. The plastic was slick with condensation now. When I pulled it into the light, the first thing my brain registered was the color. The meat looked darker than I remembered. Not spoiled exactly, just dense, heavy even in my hand. The kind of red that makes you think of organs instead of muscle. I turned it a little, trying to decide if I was being paranoid or just hungry. That was when my eyes slid over the label. Every tray had one. White square, black text, a little USDA shield stamped on like a blessing. I had seen thousands of them over the years loading and unloading pallets in a dozen different states. The print is always the same. Weight, price, sell-by date, plant number, and underneath, in small letters, where it was processed and packed. On this one, the letters were cramped together, like the printer had not quite been calibrated right. But they were legible. Processed and packed in Garnett County, Mississippi. My brain did not react at first. It just read the words and filed them under information. Mississippi. Sure. Plenty of beef and processing plants down there. Garnett County. Could be anywhere. And then, a second later, like a delayed echo, meaning caught up. Garnett. Not just a word. A place. A sign on the side of Highway 93 that an old man had warned me about years ago. A town the sheriff told me had been wiped off the map after a slaughterhouse fire in the 80s. A name that had come up enough times in reports and rumors and nightmares that it no longer felt like geography. It felt like an infection. I stared at the label, at the black letters on cheap sticker paper. My mouth went dry. The little line of text under the plant number said the package had been printed 5 days ago. There was a timestamp too, down to the minute. 5 days ago, at 4:17 in the afternoon, according to the machine that had spit this out, this meat had been processed and packed in a county that, as far as any official record was concerned, no longer had an operating plant. My fingers tightened around the edges of the tray until the plastic creaked. The meat inside shifted sluggishly, the way a body moves under a sheet when the stretcher hits a bump. In my head, the present began to unravel. The cold white light of the refrigerator stretched thin, and under it, darker images bled through. A different kind of cold. Not the Freon chill of a kitchen appliance, but the damp, Hannibal Lecter cold of concrete and steel and refrigerated air, neon buzzing overhead, a motor whining in the guts of a walk-in freezer, the sound of a blade hitting bone. I remembered the pitch of the meat saw that night, the way it climbed when steel teeth met something harder than flesh. I remembered the squeal of hook wheels running on overhead rails, the metallic clatter when a chain hit the end of its track. I remembered droplets hitting the bottom of a stainless steel pan with soft, horrible patience. Tack, tack, tack. For a second, the condensation on the inside of the plastic wrap did not look like water anymore. It looked like fog on a slab in a room that never saw sunlight. I blinked hard, and the fridge light snapped back into focus. The tile under my feet was my tile. The hum in my ears belonged to my old appliance, not to some lung-sick compressor 2 states away. The thing in my hands was just ground beef, shrink-wrapped and on sale. "Get a grip," I muttered, though my voice sounded thinner than I wanted it to. I set the tray down on the counter and fumbled for my phone. The rational part of me, The piece that still believed in documents and proof, and if you didn't record it, it didn't happen. Wanted a picture. Something I could show someone later, when the words started sounding crazy again. I opened the camera app, lined it up so the label filled the frame. The little autofocus square blinked, found the text. My finger tapped the screen. There was the familiar fake shutter sound, a soft click that usually meant the moment was safely bottled. I even waited for the tiny thumbnail to pop up in the corner, the way it always did. Only this time, it did not. The corner where the preview should have been stayed blank. Gray, not black, like the app had taken a picture of nothing. I frowned and clicked into the gallery. The most recent entry was a blurry photo of a truck I had taken weeks ago for a damage report. No label, no meat, no image from the last 10 seconds. Just a gray square with a broken icon, like a file that had failed to save. I backed out, tried again, lined up the shot, tapped, heard the click, swiped down to check. Same thing, no photo. Just that empty, dead little frame. The kitchen felt colder. A slow awareness crept up my spine, the same way it had the first time I realized there were no footprints in the snow behind me where there should have been. It was not just the label that was wrong. It was the way anything that tried to document it refused to stick. Like the words Garnett County, Mississippi were heavy enough to bend the software around them. I swallowed, set the phone aside, and looked back at the tray. It was not where I had left it. I had set it down near the front of the shelf when I pulled it out. Now, somehow, it was nestled deeper in the fridge, pushed back behind a carton of eggs and a jar of pickles I could not remember buying. Not miles, not feet. Just a few inches. The kind of distance you could cross with 2 fingers and a shove. But I had not pushed it back. The fridge hummed to life again, a low mechanical growl that, for a heartbeat, sounded too much like something clearing its throat. I closed the door a little too fast, the suction slamming it into the frame with a hollow thud. The magnet rattled against the metal. In the silence that followed, I could hear my own pulse in my ears. From beneath the floor, timed almost perfectly with the click of the seal, came that dragging sound again. Scrurp, scrurp. And then, just like next door at the end of a horror story, 2 soft knocks. Cop, cop, like bone-greeting concrete. By the time I sat back down at the table and opened the laptop, the cursor in the email draft had stopped feeling like a blinking annoyance and started looking more like a drain. Somewhere to pour this out before it curdled any further inside my skull. Garnett, according to every officer and article and archive I have ever read, died on paper 40 years ago. The plant burned, the town emptied. The sign should not mean anything now, but a week ago I stood in a brightly lit aisle in a perfectly ordinary Ohio grocery store and bought meat that claimed it had been processed and packed there. Tonight, something is moving slowly underneath my floor, like it knows I am finally putting all of this together. So I put my fingers on the keys, take a breath that does not feel deep enough, and make a decision. If this story is going to live somewhere other than my head, it might as well start where it belongs. Not with the label, not with this apartment, but with the night we left the safety of the interstate and followed a sign that should not have been there. With the shortcut off I-20. With the first time I saw the word Garnett glowing out of the dark. 2.1, dead stretch of I-20. The night it happened, the highway felt like it belonged to us and nobody else. We were somewhere past the Alabama line, heading west into Mississippi, gliding along I-20 in that half-dead state only truckers and graveyard shift workers really know. The world outside the windshield was a long, black tunnel, cut down the middle by white dash lines that flashed under the hood like a slow heartbeat. I was driving. Evan was in the passenger seat with his boots up on the dash, ankles crossed, pretending not to nod off. The Freightliner's cab smelled like every other cab I have ever spent too many hours in. Stale coffee, sweat, a hint of diesel that never quite leaves your clothes, and that plasticky new truck scent buried somewhere under the rest. The driver's seat groaned every time I shifted. Behind us, the little sleeper bunk was a chaotic nest of blankets, pillows, and the lives of two men who practically lived on the road. A pile of crumpled road maps we almost never used anymore. An open duffel with clothes spilling out. A couple of empty Monster cans rolling lazily from side to side with every lane change. There was an old rosary looped around the base of the reading light above the bunk, and a small wooden crucifix dangling from the rear view where I had hung it years ago out of habit, or superstition, or both. The floor was a graveyard of jerky wrappers, torn chip bags, and plastic gas station coffee cups. One of them still held a cold inch of liquid in the bottom, black and oily, shivering every time we hit a seam in the pavement. Outside, the wind was having its own conversation. It rushed around the mirrors in long, low moans and sometimes slapped hard against the side of the trailer, making the whole rig shiver. Every gust announced itself as a new pressure on the wheel, a new correction for my tired hands to make. The wipers squeaked occasionally over a windshield that did not really need them. They were running on intermittent just to give my eyes something to refocus on. The engine hummed steady beneath my feet, a deep, mechanical lullaby. The tires whispered over the asphalt, that constant hissing roar that blends with your own thoughts until you cannot tell which is louder. The CB radio on the dash crackled once in a while with static and distant voices. Someone warning about a speed trap miles behind us. Someone else laughing at their own joke. The actual radio played country music low, just enough to bleed some color into the dark. We were behind schedule. That was the problem. Dispatch had called twice in the last 3 hours. Once while we were still in Alabama, and again just before we crossed the state line, asking the same question in different tones. You boys think you can still make that delivery by 6? Which meant, you better not make us look bad. We had already lost time at the last shipper. Pallets not ready, paperwork wrong, the usual. So now the load of frozen product sitting in the trailer behind us had a deadline we were racing the clock to meet, and the clock was winning. My eyes burned. I had been up since before dawn the previous day, thanks to a backhaul that took longer than planned, and a half-slept break at a noisy truck stop, where some idiot thought midnight was the perfect time to practice air horn solos. Evan had driven part of the afternoon, but he was just as fried as I was, and we had been swapping back and forth ever since to keep from slipping off into the kind of sleep you do not wake up from. The GPS mounted on the dash had been glitchy all night, freezing, rerouting us spontaneously, insisting we take exits that did not exist. The last time it locked up, we had both cursed at it, and Evan had smacked it with his palm until the screen flickered back to life. My phone, plugged into the 12-volt charger, showed a battery icon hovering near red. Up ahead, a big orange construction sign loomed out of the dark, reflective letters shouting at us from the roadside. Road work ahead, left lane closed. A mile or two later, an electronic message board hummed into view, its amber LEDs stuttering slightly as it flashed. Accident ahead, expect delays. I felt my shoulders tighten. Delays meant more lost time. Lost time meant an angry dispatcher and a possible ding on our record. A ding on our record meant fewer good loads, more bottom-of-the-barrel crap that paid just enough to keep you on the hook. Great, Evan muttered, scrubbing a hand over his face. The light from the dash accentuated the dark half-moons under his eyes. Just what we need. In the side mirror, I could see the faint glow of another truck's headlights far behind us. But up ahead, the road was empty. It felt like we were driving into something the world had quietly backed away from. I eased off the throttle a little, watching the green and blue signs slide past. Distances to the next exits. Mile markers counting us down one white number at a time. "You want me to take back over in a bit?" Evan offered, his voice thick with sleep. "You can't even keep your eyes open sitting still," I said, not unkindly. "I'm good a little longer." He grunted, shifted in his seat. The CB crackled, a voice barely intelligible over the static. "Right lane's backed up. Rollin' slow for a while, boys." That was when we saw it. On the right shoulder, half hidden behind a stand of scrub trees and a tilt of shadow, an old reflective sign caught our headlights just right. Garnett, 6 miles. It was not one of the big modern green dot signs. It was smaller, older. The paint faded to a murky dullness under the reflective layer. A skin of dust and road grime coated the metal. But when our high beams swept across it, the letters shone crisply enough. Garnet, in that plain highway font that tells you this is just another small, nothing town with a gas station. Maybe a diner. Maybe a motel where the sheets smell like cigarettes and bleach. My hands tightened on the wheel before my brain had even fully processed the word. Something deep between my ribs went cold for a second. Like somebody had opened a door in there and let the night in. "Hey," Evan said, leaning forward, squinting at the sign as we passed it. "That might be our way out of this mess." He jabbed a thumb toward the dark ahead of us, where the billboard's orange message still flashed in my memory. "Accident ahead. Expect delays." He turned in his seat to look at me. We cut off onto whatever county road that is, loop around the backup, hook back onto 20 or 93 on the far side. We could save an hour, easy. I did not answer right away. The cab seemed quieter suddenly, like the engine had sunk into the floor, and all that was left was the whistle of wind and the faint hiss of tires on asphalt. That conversation with the old man in Arkansas floated up, uninvited. The smell of burnt coffee. His rough voice saying, "If you see a sign for Garnett, don't follow it." The plant took more than cows. I glanced at the crucifix hanging from the mirror. It swung slightly with the motion of the truck. The tiny carved Jesus rocking back and forth in the glow of the dash lights. "Tom?" Evan pressed. "You seeing another option?" I swallowed. Another sign loomed up ahead. "Right lane ends, merge left beyond that." The faint red glow of brake lights. A distant, sluggish river of stopped or crawling vehicles. Every minute we spent inching forward, there was another minute the reefer unit had to work. Another tick on the clock. Another reason for dispatch to blow up our phones. My eyelids felt like sandpaper every time I blinked. Twice in the last 20 miles I had caught myself zoning out, the lines on the road stretching and blurring until I almost drifted across them. I could feel it in my bones. The edge. The point where you either stop or make a mistake that ends with your photo on a memorial wall somewhere. "There's probably nothing out there," I said finally, hearing the doubt in my own voice. "Could be gravel. Could be some podunk dead end. Or," Evan said, "could be a straight shot around this wreck." "Look, man, I know you're tired. I am too. But I'd rather be tired on an empty county road than tired creppin' behind some rubberneck parade for 2 hours." He pointed at the dashboard GPS, which still struggled to keep up with our exact location. The map flickered, then caught up, showing our little arrow creeping toward a minor junction. A thin gray line branched off the interstate to the right, unlabeled on the zoom level we were on, just a suggestion of another way through the dark. "If we miss it, we're stuck in that," he said. "If we take it and it sucks, we can always turn around. You're the one who's always telling me not to be a chicken shit." A horn blared somewhere ahead, long and irritated. The red glow of brake lights ahead of us thickened as more vehicles merged left. I thought about the truck behind us, the driver probably just as tired as we were, getting ready to ride our bumper as we all slowed to a crawl. I thought about the load behind us, the time stamped on the bill of lading, the way dispatch's voice had tightened on that last call. And I thought about a town I had only ever heard of in whispers, a place the maps did not admit to anymore, a burned-out plant that by all official accounts had been dead for 40 years. It is funny, the little calculations your brain makes when you are exhausted. Risk versus reward, myth versus money. 6 miles, Evan said softly, as if reading my thoughts. In and out. We catch 20 again, nobody's the wiser. I took a breath. The sign for the exit appeared ahead of us on the right, smaller and older than the others, its reflective surface catching the headlights in a sickly yellowish sheen. Garnet. Next right. I flicked on the turn signal. The ticking of it sounded too loud in the cab, a metronome counting down to something we had not rehearsed for. "You sure?" Evan asked. "Not even a little," I said. "Hold on." I eased the wheel to the right, feeling the whole rig shift its weight. The interstate's familiar, wide concrete shoulders dropped away as we guided 40 tons of truck and trailer onto a narrower strip of asphalt. The rumble strips growled under the tires, then smoothed out as we settled onto the feeder road. For a moment, the overpass embankment blocked out the glow of the brake lights ahead and the pulsing orange of the accident sign. The sound of other engines, other air horns, faded behind us like someone closing a door on a crowded room. As the last of the painted white lines of I-20 slid past under the hood and disappeared in the side mirror, the air felt different. Thinner, maybe. Colder, even though the heater was still running. Visibility shrank. The world beyond our headlights became pure black, as if we had driven off the edge of something solid and onto blank paper. It was a simple thing on the surface. A small motion of my hands on the wheel. 2 blinks of the turn signal. A shift from one strip of pavement to another. But I swear to you, the instant our front tires left the interstate and rolled onto that dark county road, it felt exactly like crossing a threshold you cannot come back through the same way. Like driving through a doorway you cannot see, into a place that had been waiting, very patiently, for you to choose it. 2.2. The town that looked paused. The county road narrowed fast. I-20 fell away behind us, its wide shoulders and sodium glow swallowed by the embankment and a curve in the land. Out here, the pavement was a skinnier, more fragile thing. 2 dark lanes cutting through a whole lot of nowhere. Our headlights carved out a tunnel in the black, a moving cone of pale yellow that only showed us about 100 feet of future at a time. On either side, fields stretched out into the dark. I could not tell if they were pasture, crops, or just scrub. All I could see were low, uneven shapes and the occasional flash of a fence post, washed bone white as it flicked past the beam. A line of telephone poles kept pace with us on the right, leaning at odd angles like they were drunk, some so tilted that the wires sagged almost to the tops of the thorny bushes below. One pole was snapped halfway up, the broken top section still hanging from the wires like a corpse from a rope. Gravel pinged the underside of the truck in irregular bursts. Little staccato pops against the steel, thrown up from the rougher shoulder where the asphalt crumbled. The sound always made me think of hail on a tin roof, only sharper and too close. Somewhere far out in the black, a coyote, or maybe a stray dog, let out a thin, wavering howl. It rose and fell, then cut off abruptly, like someone had turned down its volume knob. After that, there was nothing but the low, steady growl of our engine and the high whistle of wind as it found every gap in the cab's weather stripping. No other headlights appeared behind us. None came toward us. For miles, we were the only moving thing in that slice of night. "You sure this isn't just some farmer's driveway?" Evan asked after a few minutes, shifting in his seat. His voice sounded smaller in the cab now, like the dark outside was pressing in on the glass. "There was a sign," I said. "Dot doesn't usually put those up for driveways." "Yeah, well, they don't usually erase whole towns off of maps either," he muttered. We fell quiet again. The GPS on the dash tried its best for a while, the little arrow jittering drunkenly as it tried to navigate a road it clearly had not been programmed to care about. Then the screen froze. The map stopped scrolling, even though the miles kept clicking off on the odometer. After a bit, a polite message popped up. "Off route, rerouting." The arrow just sat there, hovering over blank gray. Evan leaned forward and smacked the side of the unit with the flat of his hand. The casing rattled. The arrow did not move. "Helpful," he said. I did not bother trying the phone. The signal bars had already dropped to one little line, then none, and the battery icon was hanging on by a thread. Out here, we were back in the kind of night that existed before satellites and towers, where the only navigation that mattered was the paint on the road and your own sense of direction. We rolled past what might have been an intersection, just a darker gap in the hedge line, and a skinny gravel lane leading off into nothing. A mailbox with no name. A reflector post knocked sideways. No houses, no security lights, no sign of anyone being awake or alive within miles. Then, all at once, the emptiness broke. It started with a glow on the horizon, a smear of dirty yellow against the black, too low and too concentrated to be a town of any real size. As we drew closer, shapes began to separate from the blob of light. Poles, roofs, the square shoulders of buildings. "There she is," Evan said softly. "Garnet," the old man's voice whispered from somewhere in the back of my head. The first building we saw clearly was a gas station on the right-hand side of the road. A squat little box of cinder block and faded paint under a low canopy. The sign out front said, "Harrison's Fuel and Supply" in blocky red letters that had bled into the white background with age. Two old-style analog pumps stood under the canopy, the kind with rolling numbers behind glass instead of digital displays. Their paint was peeling. Hoses cracked at the ends, but the overhead lights were on, buzzing faintly. The price board made my brain stutter. Gasoline, $1.27 diesel, $1.09. For a heartbeat, I thought it was some sort of joke, a rusty sign nobody had bothered to update since the 90s. Then I realized the digits were not sun-faded plastic cards. They were hand-painted directly onto the metal, clean and crisp. No dust on them at all. Across from the gas station, on the left, a small diner hunched at the corner of what passed for Garnett's main intersection. A single flickering neon sign in the front window spelled out "Open" in watery red, one tube dimmer than the rest, so that every few seconds the whole word seemed to sigh and almost give up before reigniting. The front glass was crowded with posters, beer bottles mid-splash, a county fair advertisement with a date too smudged to read. A homecoming game flyer in school colors that had to be at least 15 years out of date. Beyond the diner, on the opposite side of the street from the gas station, stood the bulk of Garnet Meat and Packing Company. You know how some buildings just look like what they are, even before you read the sign? This one did. Low and long, all red brick and strip windows gone opaque with grime. The front office section had a little overhang and a faded logo painted high on the wall. A cartoon cow with big friendly eyes and a ridiculous grin, standing next to the words, Garnet Meat and Packing Company. The paint was chipped and blistered here and there, but the colors still showed through. White for the cow, green for the grass under its hooves, cheerful red for the lettering. Behind the main structure, barely visible in the spill of our headlights, loomed a darker shape. A warehouse or processing hall, flat-roofed, with a forest of skinny vent stacks and a couple of taller exhaust pipes reaching into the night. Something about the outline made my skin crawl. It was a familiar silhouette, the kind you see on the edges of a lot of American towns, a place where things go in alive and come out as inventory. We rolled down the short stretch of what passed for downtown at maybe 20 miles an hour. The truck's headlights swept across storefronts, hardware, town drug, a barber shop with a candy-striped pole that looked like it had not spun in years. A couple of old pickup trucks were parked at angles along the street, all of them from another era. Square-bodied Fords and Chevys with faded paint and oxidized chrome. Their license plates were so worn, I could hardly make out the state or the numbers, just patches of reflective blue and white scuffed into anonymity. The streetlights, if you could call them that, were tall metal poles topped with sodium bulbs that bathed everything in that ugly yellow-orange glow. No bright, clean LED pools like the newer towns. This was the kind of light that made colors lie and shadows cling. What really got me, though, was the sound, or the lack of it. You get used to a certain baseline noise level driving through small towns at night. A far-off television leaking canned laughter, a dog barking from a backyard, the occasional car door, the distant rumble of a train if there are tracks nearby. In the summer, always the chirp and buzz of insects in the grass, the whine of a mosquito near your ear if you crack the window. In Garnet, there was nothing. Nothing but the low growl of our engine and the hiss of our tires. No crickets, no cicadas, no breeze moving through trees. The branches of the few scraggly saplings lining the sidewalk did not sway or rustle. They just stood there, bare and stiff, like props. I could not hear a single other motor. No fridge compressors kicking on in the back of the diner. No hum from inside the gas station. It felt like we had driven into a photograph. "Dude," Evan said quietly, eyes scanning the one-block town as we crept past. "This is weird." "How so?" I asked, though I already knew. "Feels like we just drove into somebody's memory, man," he said. "Like this is how they remember it looking in, I don't know, 86 or something, and we're walking around inside that snapshot." I swallowed, keeping my eyes on the road. He was not wrong. Everything had that slightly too clean, too still look. Even the dirt on the vehicles, the peeling paint on the signs, the cracks in the sidewalk. They all looked curated, arranged. Nothing moved unless we moved past it, as if the town only existed in the sweep of our headlights. There was nowhere obvious to turn off and magically rejoin the interstate. The main drag dead-ended in a T a block or two further on, one way heading toward what looked like houses and darkness, the other angling back around behind the plant. "Gas isn't a bad idea," Evan said after a moment. "Stretch, bathroom, caffeine. Maybe ask somebody local how to get back on 20 without waiting in a traffic jam." I did a quick mental inventory. Half a tank of fuel, a half-dead brain, a full trailer behind us. We did not strictly need diesel yet, but coffee and a bathroom were harder to argue with. "Diner's got a light on," I said, nodding toward the open sign that fought to stay alive in the window. "Perfect," he said, already reaching for the handle. "You park somewhere we won't get yelled at. I'll grab us a booth." We eased the truck past the gas station and found a wide gravel area beside the diner where I could angle the rig without blocking whatever passed for traffic in Garnett. I set the brake, killed the headlights, and for a second, the cabin was lit only by the sickly glow from the street lamps outside and the faint blue of the dash. When we climbed down from the cab, the air hit me, colder than I expected for the season, with a faint undercurrent of something metallic and stale that I could not immediately place. Evan zipped his hoodie up to his chin and swung his arms once like a boxer loosening up. "Smells old," he said. We crossed the short strip of sidewalk and pushed through the diner door. A little bell above it jingled, the sound oddly bright in the stillness. Inside, the place looked like every small-town diner you have ever seen in a movie. Vinyl booths along the windows, some patched with duct tape. A long counter with spin-up stools, laminated menus propped against napkin dispensers. The walls were lined with faded photos. A high school football team in uniforms with shoulder pads too big. A black and white shot of the same intersection outside back when the trees were smaller and the cars were boxier. The lighting was low and jaundiced. An old neon sign for a beer brand buzzed faintly over the counter. One letter half dead so that it advertised OORS instead of Coors. There were only 3 people inside. The waitress was behind the counter, wiping a mug with a towel that had seen better days. She was in her 50s, maybe older, with permed hair the color of cigarette smoke and a white uniform dress with blue trim. A plastic name tag on her chest read, Lorraine. Her lipstick was the same shade as the neon sign. In the far corner, at a two-top by the window, an old man sat with a coffee cup in front of him. The cup was full, but it looked like it had been sitting there a long time. His hands rested on either side of it, not touching it. He stared out through the glass at the street, his face expressionless, eyes unfocused. At the short order window where the pass-through to the kitchen gaped dark, a man in a white coat leaned with his elbows on the stainless steel sill. The coat was spattered with stains, some old and brown, some more recent and reddish, like a butcher's or a line cook's in a place that did not believe in aprons. He had a shaved head, a thick neck, and forearms roped with muscle. His eyes tracked us as we came in, unblinking. "Evening," Lorraine said, like this was the most normal thing in the world. "Y'all just passing through?" Her voice was bright, but there was a slight delay between our entrance and her greeting, as if she had needed a second to unfreeze herself. "Yeah," Evan said, sliding onto a stool at the counter. "We're heading west. Saw the sign, got curious. Is your kitchen still open?" "For coffee and something fried, it's always open," she said. "Take a seat, I'll be right with you." I sat next to him, the vinyl creaking under my weight. The air in the diner smelled like grease and sugar and something else underneath that I could not quite name. It prickled the back of my throat. Behind us, the clock on the wall ticked loudly. Tick, tick, tick. I glanced up at it. The hands pointed to 11:47. I pulled my phone from my pocket to check the time. The screen lit my face blue. 1:23 a.m. The digital numbers blinked at me, sharp and definite. No service. 1:23. I looked back at the clock. 11:47. The second hand ticked forward once more and then seemed to hesitate, just a little. The neon buzzed. The spoon in the old man's cup clicked softly, as though someone had tapped the table, though he had not moved. The man in the stained white coat scratched absently at his forearm, leaving a smear of something darker on his sleeve. "2 coffees?" Lorraine asked, pen poised over her pad. "Black," I said. "Same," Evan echoed. "And if you've got anything that'll keep a guy awake another couple hours, we'll take a plate of it." She smiled at that, a thin little curve of her mouth that did not reach her eyes. "Oh, honey," she said, "we've got plenty to keep you awake." 2.3. The motel and the stain. For all its weirdness, Garnett still obeyed the oldest rule of the road. There was always somewhere to get caffeine and somewhere to collapse. The coffee Lorraine brought us was strong enough to stand a spoon up in, served in thick white diner mugs with hairline cracks running through the glaze. The food was the usual grease and salt combination you get at 2 in the morning in any zip code. Eggs fried in butter that had seen a lot of pans, hash browns flattened to a crisp, bacon that snapped when you bit it. Under different lights, on a different night, it might have been comforting. We ate in mostly strained silence, listening to the clock tick 11:47 over and over and over. Every time I glanced up, the hands had barely moved, as if time itself was having trouble remembering how to pass here. My phone still insisted it was after 1. When we finished, Evan wiped his mouth with a paper napkin and cleared his throat. "Any chance there's a place to park up for a few hours?" he asked. "We're riding the line on our clocks." Lorraine shifted her weight, towel still in her hand. "You boys running long haul?" "Yeah," I said. "We're headed west. Just need a little rack time before we get back on the interstate." She nodded like that made sense. "There's an old motor inn behind us," she said, jerking her chin toward the rear of the diner. "Been closed a while, but the lot's still good. Y'all can park your truck back there. Nobody'll bother you. Less light too, so it's easier to sleep." I started to reach for my wallet. "We should pay." She waved a hand. "You already did, sweetheart. Food and coffee's enough. You can square it with whoever's keeping the books." "Who's that?" Evan asked, trying to joke. Her smile thinned. "Depends who you ask." We did not push it. Outside, the night felt heavier. Maybe it was the full stomach, the fatigue catching up, or the knowledge that we were now planning to sleep in a town that did not technically exist. The sodium lights cast long shadows as we walked back to the truck, our boots crunching on stray gravel. Behind the diner, just as she had said, there was an old motor court, a single-story strip of rooms wrapped in an L around a cracked parking lot. The sign out front, Motor Inn, stood on 2 rusted poles, its plastic face clouded and yellowed. Only half the letters lit up, so from certain angles it just read Mot Inn, the missing letters swallowed by the dark. The rooms themselves were like something out of a true crime reenactment. Wooden doors, the paint peeling in long curls to reveal older coats underneath. Curtains drawn in every window, some sagging, some yellowed. A soda machine squatted near the office, the kind that still advertised glass bottles of brands nobody stocked anymore. Its display light was dead, but when I got close enough, I could hear a faint, irregular hum from inside, like a sleeping animal breathing. The office door was locked. The blinds were closed, but through a gap I could see a laminate desk with a bell on it, a dusty plastic plant, and a pegboard where room keys probably once hung. Now there were only a couple of lonely hooks and a brittle cobweb glinting in the corner. On the desk, next to the bell, sat a guest book. It was one of those oversized ledger books, bound in fake leather, the edges of the pages turned brown with age. A thin layer of dust coated the cover, except for an oval patch in the center where fingers had disturbed it more recently. Something about the way it lay there, waiting, made me hesitate. Then habit took over. Truckers love to see who has come through before them. It is part professional curiosity, part superstition. Names in a logbook make a place feel real. I picked it up. The dust left a perfect rectangle on the desk. When I opened it, the smell hit me. Old paper, mildew, the ghost of cigarette smoke. The first pages were filled with neat handwriting from decades ago. Cursive loops listing names, home states, room numbers, dates. Some guests had left little notes in the margins. Clean room, good coffee, a C not working, back again, same as every year. Flipping forward was like watching time accelerate in lines of ink. The 70s gave way to the 80s. The penmanship shifted from elegant to rushed. States repeated over and over: Ohio, Indiana, Texas, Louisiana, Tennessee, Georgia. Lots of out-of-towners. Lots of the kind of people who live between places. I ran my thumb along the corners of the pages, letting them fan by until the dates began to crawl into this century. The further I went, the sparser the entries became. A few names in the early 2000s, one or two in 2010. Then gaps, months, sometimes a year, with only a couple of signatures to prove anyone had checked in at all. I was just about to close the book, some uneasy part of me satisfied with the proof that yes, people had once slept here and presumably lived to sign their names, when a familiar shape of letters snagged my eye. Tommy G. O.H. September 14th, 2019. I stared at it for a long moment. Sure, I was reading it wrong. The handwriting was not neat. Tommy's never was. He had this half-print, half-cursive style that leaned too far forward, like it was always in a hurry to get off the page. The capital T curved more than it should have. The G in his last name had a little hook on the tail, a quirk I remembered from seeing it on company forms and bill of lading signatures. The entry in the book had that same T, that same G, the same slight downward slope across the line, like his hand had slid a little as he wrote. Ohio, Ohio, our home state. September 14th, 2019. Tommy had gone missing in the fall of 2019, vanished on a run somewhere in the southeast. Dispatch said he had checked in from a truck stop and then never made his next appointment. They found his rig days later, parked neat as you please on the shoulder of a highway, keys gone, driver's door locked, no sign of a struggle. Everybody had a theory. He ran off. He got caught up in something. He met someone. He drove off a bridge somewhere else. Nobody mentioned his name out loud much after the initial search fizzled out. But I had seen his signature enough times to know what I was looking at now. I think this place is officially above my creepiness quota, Evan said behind me, making me jump. I had not heard him come up. He peered over my shoulder. What's that? Guest book, I said. My voice sounded wrong in my own ears. Looks like they've been keeping it a while. He squinted at the page. Huh, blast from the past. I closed the book gently before he could focus on the same line I had. My palms were sweating, and a light smear of dust clung to my skin. There was no reason for Tommy's name to be here. There was also no way it was anybody else's handwriting. You want to leave some cash? I asked. Just in case whoever owns this place comes by and gets pissy about us parking in their ghost spots. Sure, Evan said, already fishing in his wallet. How much is not getting yelled at these days? 20? We slipped a folded bill between two of the later pages, somewhere around 2015, and put the book back exactly where I had found it. The dust smear on the desk looked like a blank space. Back at the truck, I tried to tell myself we had just found the one concrete thing linking this town to the world I knew. A name I recognized, a date that made sense. Instead, it felt like the opposite. As if Garnett had reached out and written itself into our story long before I drove off I-20. We climbed into the cab, boots thudding on the metal steps. Inside, the familiar smells and clutter felt like a small island of normal. I did our usual shutdown routine without thinking. Parking brake, lights off, brakes hissing softly as the weight settled. The parking lot was lit only by a couple of sickly street lamps, their halos barely cutting into the dark. I drew the privacy curtain across the windshield, shutting out the view of the motel and the plant beyond. In the sudden dimness, the small space of the cab felt almost cozy. "You taking first bunk or you want me to?" Evan asked, kicking off his boots. "I'll stay up a bit," I said. "Make sure nobody comes knocking. I'll wake you in a couple hours." He shrugged, too tired to argue. "Wake me or don't. If we miss that appointment, I'm blaming you anyway." He crawled into the sleeper and disappeared under a blanket with the practiced efficiency of somebody who had done this choreography 1,000 times. Within minutes, his breathing settled into a slow, even rhythm. I sat in the driver's seat, listening to the tick of cooling metal under the hood, the distant buzz of the sodium lights, the kind of quiet you only get in little forgotten pockets of the country. Then I felt it. At first, it was so faint I thought I was imagining it. A tiny vibration in the soles of my boots, a subtle shift in the way the cab rested on its frame, like the truck had moved a fraction of an inch without my say-so. Scrurp. A soft, dragging noise right under my feet. It was not a sharp scrape, not the metallic shriek you get when you bottom out over a curb. It was longer, wetter, as if something with real weight was being pulled slowly across the concrete under the engine block. A heavy sack, a body, something that did not roll or glide but stuck and caught and had to be convinced to move. Scrurp. Scrurp. The sound repeated, closer this time. I could feel it in the pedals, in the steering column, a low tremor that traveled up through my legs into my spine. My mouth went dry. Rational brain. It's the reefer unit cycling, the trailer settling, pipes in the ground, some piece of old infrastructure grumbling to itself. The part of me that remembered the old man's warning and Tommy's name in the guest book was not buying it. I reached up and pinched a corner of the curtain between my fingers, easing it back just enough to peer down toward the front of the truck. The world outside was a smear of yellow and shadow. Directly beneath the sodium lamp nearest us, the concrete shone slightly darker, like it had been recently wet. My fingers tightened on the fabric. I pushed the curtain a little further aside. There, starting from the edge of the lamp's halo and disappearing into the deeper shadow between the motel and the looming shape of the meat plant behind it, was a dark, glossy trail. It was about the width of a man's shoulders. It ran in a straight line from the black gap at the edge of the lot, where the flood of light from the street lamp stopped and true night began, right up to the space directly beneath the front of our cab. The surface of it caught the light in irregular patches, rippling slightly, as if still moist. As I watched, a single drop fell from somewhere under the engine. Tack. It hit the stained strip with a soft, precise sound. Another followed it, and another, each one landing just a little further along, making tiny stars of brightness on the dark track before soaking in. Tack, tack, tack. The window was closed, but I could almost smell something under the cold air leaking through the vent. A faint tang of iron, of penny-on-the-tongue metal. Just condensation, I told myself. Leaking coolant, oil, water from the reefer lines. Something mechanical, something dull. Scrrp. The dragging noise came again, fainter now, as if whatever had made it was retreating back into the dark beyond the light's reach. I let the curtain fall back into place and sat there for a long minute, hands gripping my knees hard enough to make my knuckles ache. I could feel my heart beating in my throat. "You good up there?" Evan mumbled from the bunk, voice thick with sleep. "Yeah," I lied. "Just truck settling." He made a non-committal sound and shifted, the mattress springs squeaking. A second later, he was snoring softly again. I forced myself to lie down eventually, boots off, jeans still on, the way you do when you know you might have to jump up again fast. I pulled the blanket up to my chest and focused on the familiar creaks and sighs of the cab. Outside, the sodium light hummed. Somewhere in the dark, something dripped. Just before sleep finally took me, half against my will, I heard it one more time. Scrrp. Longer now. Slower. Like whatever was out there had found a better grip. 3.1, following the dry trail morning in Garnett, did not look like morning anywhere else I had ever been. When I woke up, it took me a second to remember where we were. The dim light leaking around the edges of the curtain was the first hint that something was off. It was the wrong color. Too flat and colorless to be sunrise. Too bright to be night. Evan was already up, sitting in the passenger seat with the curtain half drawn. I could see the outline of him through the fabric, hunched forward, shoulders tight. "You gotta see this," he said when he heard me stir. His voice did not have the usual morning rasp. It was thinner, wired. I pushed the blanket off and slid out of the bunk, feet hitting the cold floor with a thunk. My joints cracked as I stood. Every muscle in my back complained. When I pulled the curtain aside, the first thing I saw was the sky. It was gray. Not storm gray, not dawn gray. Just gray. A sheet of low, uniform cloud that swallowed any hint of sun. The light it threw down made everything look like it was under the fluorescent bulbs of a warehouse. Flat, drained, highlighting all the wrong details. The motel looked worse in the daylight. The peeling paint was more obvious, the cracks in the pavement wider. The Motor Inn sign's dead panels were fully dead now. Whatever feeble electricity had animated them last night was gone. The soda machine's front was streaked with rust. The brand decals sun-bleached into ghosts. The diner's neon sign was off. The open in the window was just a bent outline of glass tubes, dark and dusty. The posters on the glass looked more rotten around the edges, curled and yellowed. The front door stood open a crack, the gap black as a missing tooth. "Thought maybe we overslept the apocalypse," Evan muttered. I tried to laugh and failed. "Town's quieter," I said instead. He gave me a look. Didn't know that was possible. There were fewer vehicles on the street now, too. Last night I had counted at least 3 old pickups and a sedan that might have been from the Carter administration. Now only one truck sat at the curb, and even from here I could see that its tires were flat. The rubber sagged and cracked. I reached for the ignition, ready to fire up and get out of there, when something outside caught my eye. "Look down," Evan said quietly. I did. Under the nose of the truck, where the shadow of the cab blended into the shadow of the motel, the concrete was stained. Not in the diffuse, random way you see in most lots. Patches of oil, arcs of coolant, scattered dark spots. This was a line. A long, dark, dried line. It started somewhere beyond the reach of the nearest street lamp, in a patch of gloom between the back corner of the motel and the looming bulk of the meat plant's rear buildings. From there, it ran straight across the lot, unbroken, right up to the space directly beneath where our engine had sat all night. The color was wrong for water. It was a deep, rusty brown, darker in the center and feathered at the edges, like something thick had been spilled and then spread itself thin as it dried. "That there when we pulled in?" Evan asked. "I don't think so," I said. "I would have noticed. At least that is what I told myself." "We leaked something?" He sounded halfway between worried and hopeful. "A mechanical problem you can fix. A supernatural one. Not so much." "I'll check," I said. The January air, if it was even January here, bit at my face as I climbed down out of the cab. My breath puffed white in front of me, then dissolved into the flat gray around us. The gravel crunched under my boots as I circled to the front of the truck. Up close, the stain looked worse. It was not a simple streak. The center of it had that slightly glossy, almost glassy sheen old blood gets when it has had time to dry and oxidize. It darkened the concrete in an uneven band about a foot wide, with smaller rivulets branching off where the surface must have dipped. In those little offshoots, flakes of something had crusted and then cracked, tiny scales that looked disturbingly like scab. I crouched, ignoring the complaint in my knees, and ran 2 fingers lightly over the edge of the line. The surface felt rougher there, as if whatever had soaked in had etched itself into the stone. The tips of my fingers came away dusty, a faint red-brown tint smearing across my skin. I brought my hand up and sniffed. It did not smell like oil. There was a faint metallic tang under the general stink of the lot. Not strong, this was old after all. But there, the smell of pennies in your mouth, of a split lip, of the inside of a nosebleed. Blood. Human? Animal? I could not tell. My mind supplied images from the plant later, but I did not have those yet. Right then, all I had was the word and the way it made my throat tighten. Behind me, the town stayed silent. No car engines, no distant train, no hum of life from the diner or gas station. The only sound was the hollow echo of my boots when I shifted my weight, and the faint hiss of wind coming around the corner of the building. The dry trail ran away from us in the opposite direction, toward the backside of the meat plant. Whatever had been dragged, if that was even the right word, had left its mark all the way from that shadowed gap to under our cab, like a dead thing being hauled by the ankles. "Probably just an old spill," Evan said from the cab doorway, though he did not sound convinced. "Slaughterhouse, right? They hose that crap out all the time." "Yeah," I said slowly. "Thing is, they usually hose it toward a drain." He raised his eyebrows. "This looks like something came out of there, not went in," I said. I pointed toward the back of the lot, where the stain thickened as it approached a corner between the motel's cinderblock back wall and the rear fence of the plant. The surface there was darker still, almost black. The concrete pitted and eaten away. It was the kind of damage you see where liquids are poured over and over again for years. Acid, bleach, animal blood mixed with chemicals. "Tom," Evan said, a warning in his tone. "Come on, man. We don't have to go poking around. We can just write this place off as a bad detour and get the hell—" "If someone messed with the truck," I interrupted, "I gotta know. We got 40,000 pounds in that box. Last thing I want is to hit a grade on 20 and find out some jackass cut a line or loosen something." It was not just professional pride. It was an anchor. Mechanical problems, sabotage, vandalism, those are all real-world, solvable issues. I needed this to be one of those. He hesitated, then sighed. Fine, quick look. Then we're gone. We followed the trail. Our boots made hollow, echoing sounds as we crossed the lot. The stain ran straight, unwavering, like something had been pulled along a well-worn route. Here and there, just outside the main path, I could see the scuffed marks of other movement. Wide arcs where something round might have rolled. Deeper gouges like the edge of a wooden pallet had bitten into the stone. The closer we got to the back of the plant, the more the air changed. The motel had its own smell. Musty carpet, stale cigarette smoke, cold plaster. The plant's odor was something else entirely. It met us halfway across the lot, an invisible wall of scent rolling out from behind the brick. If you have never been near a slaughterhouse or a packing plant, it is hard to explain. People think meat and picture the smell of a steak on a grill or bacon in a pan. That is not what meat smells like when it is first separated from what was holding it up. This was the thick, cloying reek of old blood and fresh fat, of rinse water gone sour, of grease that had soaked into concrete and never fully come out. There was a chemical edge layered on top. Disinfectants, bleach, whatever they use to pretend they are keeping things clean. Under it all, faint but unmistakable, was the sweet, rotten note of protein that had lingered where it should not. It hit the back of my throat and coated my tongue, dragged up memories I did not know I had. Loading dock visits. The one time a shipper had us back directly into a kill floor's side door because their main dock was full. Jesus, Evan muttered, covering his nose with the back of his hand. They still running this place? Supposedly it burned down in the 80s, I said. Smells pretty alive to me, he said. The stain led us to a low concrete platform, the loading dock. The big overhead roll-up door was down, its corrugated metal dented and streaked with grime. A couple of old tire tracks were fossilized in the dust before it, but there were no fresh marks, no sign of recent trucks. To the left of the main dock, half hidden behind a stack of warped pallets, was a smaller door. Steel, man-sized. A rusted padlock hung from the latch, orange-brown corrosion blooming out around it like a stain of its own. The trail thickened there. Directly in front of that little door, the concrete was almost black, the surface eaten away into shallow channels and pits. Whatever had leaked or been poured out here over the years had done permanent work. The dry streaks ran from that scarred patch back toward us, like fingers. Up close, the padlock did not look as solid as it had from a distance. Rust had gnawed away at the shackle, crusting it into a flaky, brittle ring. The hasp was stained the same deep brown as the concrete below. Somebody really doesn't want folks going in, Evan said, though there was no conviction behind it. The lock looked more symbolic than functional, like a do not enter sign that nature itself had started to reclaim. I reached out and took the lock between my fingers. The metal was cold enough to burn. I'm just gonna check if... I gave it a testing tug. The shackle snapped with a dull, anticlimactic crunch. The whole thing crumbled in my hand, flaking apart like the husk of an insect. For a second, both of us just stared at the pieces in my palm. A chunk of rusted metal, a few plates that had once been a body, nothing more. Whatever actual locking mechanism had been inside was long since gone, eaten from the inside out. Guess that answers that, Evan said weakly. I let the remains fall. They hit the concrete with a dry clatter, bouncing once, then coming to rest in the middle of the dark, scarred patch. The handle of the steel door sat exposed now. It was one of those industrial push bars, dulled from use. A breath of air slid out from the thin gap around the frame. It was not much, just a slight pressure change, like the sigh of something sealed too long. But it carried the plant's smell with it in concentrated form. Cold. That was the first thing. The breath that touched my face was colder than the air outside, like air from a deep freeze. Then the rest. The iron-sweet reek of blood. Not fresh, not gushing, but soaked and layered and cleaned and soaked again until it had become part of the building's bones. The waxy scent of fat, of tallow clinging to surfaces. Bleach and ammonia lurking around the edges, sharp enough to make my eyes sting. Underneath, like a rotten undertone in a piece of music, something else. A sweetness that did not belong to any living animal. A hint of decay held just at bay. I stepped back instinctively. The rational part of me cataloged it automatically. Kill floor, chill room, awful pits. The part that remembered the dragging sound under our cab just wanted to walk away. "Tom," Evan said, voice low. "This is stupid. Whatever's in there, it's above our pay grade. Let's just call it in to somebody later and go." He was right. Every part of me knew he was right. But I was thinking about that trail, about whatever had been dragged past our truck in the night, close enough to shake the floor under my feet. And I was thinking about responsibility. About how many times I had seen pictures of wrecks on the news and heard announcers talk about mechanical failure and improper maintenance, while showing footage of mangled trailers and burned-out cabs. "If there's a leak from this place under my truck," I said slowly, "I need to know what it is, and I need to know if it's going to follow us onto the highway." Evan stared at me like he was trying to decide whether to argue or follow. After a moment, he swore under his breath. "Fine," he said. 5 minutes. We look. We leave. My hand found the push bar. It was slick with condensation, or maybe just the sweat from my own palm. For a second, I just stood there, feeling the weight of the cold air seeping through the cracks against my skin. Then I pushed. 3.2. The stairs and the dripping. The door did not swing open so much as peel away from the frame, like it had been clinging there out of habit. Cold air rolled out past us, heavier than the air outside, carrying that meat plant smell in a thick wave. For a second, I just stood on the threshold, feeling it move over my skin. It sank straight through my clothes and settled on my bones. "You feel that?" Evan asked quietly behind me. "Yeah," I said. My voice came out smaller than I meant it to. "Get your light." We both pulled out our phones and thumbed on the flashlights. The weak LED beams cut into the dark just past the doorway and lit up a concrete landing and a set of stairs dropping away at a steep angle. There were no lights on down there that I could see, just the vague hint of a wall and the first few steps disappearing into shadow. The walls were close on either side, painted some institutional gray-green that had peeled and bubbled where moisture had gotten under it. Long black streaks ran down from hairline cracks, like something greasy had seeped out over time. In places, chalky white trails marked where water had dried in slow, irregular paths, leaving limescale ridges behind. "This is a bad idea," Evan muttered, but he followed me in. The door eased itself back toward the frame as we stepped through, the weight of it making a low, tired creak. When it shut, the sound was a soft, final thud that seemed to erase the outside world. Up there might still have been a gray sky, a dead town, a truck that could carry us away. Down here, there was only concrete and cold. Our footsteps echoed immediately. Bitch. Bitch. The rubber soles of our boots hit each uneven stair and sent hollow thumps down into the dark ahead. The sound came back at us from below, like something was answering in a slightly different rhythm. The air got colder with every step. What had been a mild winter chill outside turned into the kind of cold you only feel in underground spaces. Damp, clinging, heavy. The kind that makes the hairs on your arms stand up and your breath plume white in front of your face. I watched my own exhale curl in the beam of the flashlight. Each breath came out in a short, shaky burst, steaming in the narrow space before fading. Sweat formed at the base of my neck under my collar anyway, a cold, sticky film that made me feel both hot and freezing at the same time. The more we descended, the more the walls seemed to close in. The staircase was only wide enough for one person to walk comfortably at a time. We had to go single file, me in front, Evan doggedly staying 1 or 2 steps behind. If I stopped suddenly, he would have walked right into me. About halfway down, another sound joined the whisper of our footsteps. Tick, tick, tick. It was faint at first, just a suggestion behind the echoes. A small, crisp, metallic click, repeating in a steady rhythm. Not fast, not slow, just constant. Tick, pause, tick, pause, tick. Tell me that's just something loose, Evan breathed. Could be, I said. My voice bounced off the concrete and came back sounding unsure. Could be a chain, or a rail, or a leak hitting a pan. As if on cue, a second sound drifted up from below, sliding along the edges of the first. Drip, drip. This one was softer, wet, the unmistakable sound of liquid falling into something hollow and hard, like a drop of water into a metal bucket, or something thicker, finding its way into a tray. Drip, drip, drip. The rhythm of the two together did something unpleasant to my brain. Tick, drip, tick, drip, tick, drip. The metallic clicks and liquid drops braided together into a pattern that felt too deliberate to be random, but too slow to be any kind of machine I recognized. We kept going. My flashlight beam skimmed over the walls, exposed rebar at a corner where the concrete had crumbled, a spider's nest made entirely of pale web and desiccated husks, an old warning sign half flaked away. I protecti must be worn beyond thy point. The last few steps were damp, not slick, not puddled, just darkened with long ago moisture. Our boots left faint prints in the thin film of grime. Every time my heel came down, the sound seemed too loud. Bitch. Bitch. I realized at some point that I could no longer hear anything from above. No hint of wind, no creaks from the building, no muffled truck noise. It was as if the staircase itself had swallowed those sounds and replaced them with its own. Our footsteps, the tick, the drip, and the slow, labored beat of my heart in my ears. Almost there, I said, though I had no idea how many steps were left. I just needed to say something that sounded like progress. Feels like we're going straight into the freezer section of hell, Evan replied. I think he meant it as a joke, but it landed wrong. The cold had worked its way through my jeans and into my legs. The hair on my forearms stood rigid. It felt like being inside a refrigerator that somebody had forgotten to defrost. At last, our lights picked up something different at the bottom. A flat rectangle of a landing, a scuffed, dirty floor, and beyond that, a door. Another steel push-bar door, like the one at the top. Only this one looked worse off. The paint, once a dull industrial blue, had bubbled and peeled away in wide strips, exposing bare metal that had rusted to a reddish brown. Scratches crossed the surface in random arcs, some so deep they had taken chunks of paint and steel with them. Around the edges, where the frame met the wall, dark streaks radiated outward, as if something had seeped through from the other side over and over again. The light leaking through the crack between door and floor was faint, but unmistakable. A harsh, flat white green, the color of old fluorescent tubes that have not been replaced in a decade. It made the grime on the concrete glow in sickly highlights. The sounds were louder here. Tick, 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 drip, drip. The metal-on-metal click sounded, up close, like something tapping a rail or the edge of a hook. The dripping had slowed into irregular intervals, as if whatever was feeding it had mostly run its course. But each drop still landed with that exact, hollow ring. Evan stopped one step above me. "You're sure about this?" he asked. "No," I said. My hand went to the bar anyway. The metal was shockingly cold. My palm stuck for a second where the condensation had formed. I swallowed, flexed my fingers once, and pushed. The door gave easily. No locked resistance this time, no rusty crumble. It swung inward on its hinges with a slow, complaining whine that raised the hair on the back of my neck. The smell hit us before the light did. If the air outside the door had been bad, this was worse. Inside, the scents were concentrated, layered, multiplied. Meat. Not the sanitized supermarket version, but the real thing. Hot iron and salt. Muscle cut from bone. Fat starting to turn if it sat too long. Blood, not freshly spilled but not fully cleaned, seeping into cracks, drying in corners. Bleach, biting and sharp. The kind of industrial disinfectant that stings your eyes and catches in your throat. Poured so often it had its own flow patterns etched into the floors. Other chemicals rode behind it. Degreasers, detergents. The sour note of spoiled rinse water sloshed down drains that never quite emptied. And under it all, something sweet and wrong. Like old meat just shy of rotten or flowers left too long in stagnant water. It smelled like the inside of every refrigerated trailer I had ever pulled. I would write later, trying to explain it, but turned up to 10 and never cleaned. I stepped through first, because I was the one who had insisted on coming this far. Evan followed close enough that I could feel his presence at my back. Our flashlights, suddenly dwarfed by the room's own illumination, cast ghostly double shadows that slid across the floor. The space beyond was bigger than I expected. Taller, too. The ceiling soared up into darkness, crisscrossed by metal rails and beams. Rows of fluorescent fixtures hung in long lines, their plastic covers yellowed with age, flickering in and out of sync. Here and there, one tube buzzed louder than the rest, stuttering on the edge of death. The walls were tile up to a certain height, off-white squares, many of them cracked or missing. The grout between them discolored brown and gray. Above the tile, it was bare concrete again, stained with drips and streaks that had nothing to do with water. The floor sloped gently toward a series of grated drains, their mouths black and unreadable. Dark stains radiated out from them in rings and streaks, some fresher, some older, layered over each other in a history of spills. And everywhere, hanging from the steel rails overhead, were shapes. For just a heartbeat, my brain tried to slot them into the familiar category. Sides of beef, hog carcasses, something you could see on a documentary about how sausage gets made. But there was something off about the lengths, the angles, the way the joints bent. Some of them were wrapped in stained plastic or cheesecloth. Some were bare, pale, glistening under the harsh lights. They swung almost imperceptibly in the air currents the open door had made, making the hooks that held them creak and the rails above go tick, tick, tick. Somewhere deeper in the room, unseen but very present, something wet landed in a metal pan. Drip. I felt Evan's hand close briefly on the back of my jacket, a reflexive grip, like he needed to make sure I was real and solid. "Tom," he whispered, "what the hell is this place?" The truth was, I already knew. Packing plant, kill floor, chiller, call it what you want. It was the last room between a live animal and whatever ended up on a grocery store shelf. Only, as we took our first hesitant steps inside and the hanging shapes turned slowly in the breath from the open door, it became very clear, very quickly, that not everything in here had ever walked on 4 legs. 3.3. The shelf of skulls I have loaded into a lot of plants. Beef, pork, poultry. You do it long enough, you start recognizing the layout by smell and sound before you see anything. The rails, the hooks, the drains. It all blends into one ugly, useful system. This place had all of that, but twisted, like somebody had rebuilt a familiar room from memory and got the important parts wrong. The overhead rail system ran the length of the ceiling, a looping network of dull metal tracks. From it, chains and hooks hung down at uneven intervals, some empty and swaying, some carrying weight. The LED on my phone light caught on the small wheels where hook met track. Every few seconds, one would shift a fraction of an inch and make that little click we had been hearing on the stairs. Tick, tick. The hanging shapes nearest us were, at first glance, exactly what you would expect in a meat plant. Slabs of flesh, sides split down the middle, ribs half exposed, muscles striped with fat. A couple were wrapped in cloudy plastic, condensation fogging the inside. Others were bare, the flesh slick and pale under the fluorescent tubes. Then my eye caught on details that did not fit any animal I had ever seen processed. The first was a hand. It was half wrapped in butcher paper that had slipped loose. Fingers dangled free, swollen and waxy, the nails caked with a dark line of dirt under them. They hung at an angle that made my own knuckles ache. There were bruises around the wrist, purple-yellow shadows in the skin, like fingers had gripped there hard enough to burst vessels long before anything sharp touched it. For a second, my brain tried to file it as pig, or some weird cut of something else. Then the shape of the thumb hit me, the curve of the palm, the length of the fingers. Human. I felt the bottom drop out of my stomach. Evan saw it at almost the same moment. His phone beam jerked, then steadied again, tracing up the limb. Bare forearm, elbow, shoulder. The body, what was left of it, was hanging upside down, legs spread and hooked at the knees. The torso opened neatly from sternum to pelvis. The face was turned away, or gone. That part was hard to tell, but the proportions were wrong for any livestock. The skin was too fine, the hair on the forearm too sparse and too human. "Jesus Christ," Evan whispered hoarsely. A few hooks down, another shape swung gently. This one was smaller, narrower shoulders, a little more flesh left on the bones. The feet, bare, bluish, hung down inside torn plastic. One toe still had chipped red polish on it. I forced my eyes away before I had to see more. In a corner near the back, against the far wall, stood a cluster of thick plastic bins. The industrial kind, stained and scarred from years of use. Someone had stenciled numbers on them once. Now the paint was half scrubbed away. They were filled with bones. Not the neat, clean skeletons you see in anatomy textbooks. These were stripped, but not pristine. Femurs, tibias, lengths of arm bone thrown together, some still bearing ragged shreds of tendon in the cracks. A few had clearly been separated with a saw, ends roughened into a chalky, smoky-looking flour where the blade had burned its way through. The marrow inside turned dark and dry. I recognized pig femurs from previous loads, the thick, slightly curved shafts. But jumbled in with them were smaller, straighter bones that did not belong to any animal I wanted to imagine. Some had that particular flare at the end, the shape I remembered from high school biology when the teacher held up a plastic model. Human. One bin was nothing but spines. Vertebrae stacked in a haphazard heap, some still faintly connected by gristle. They clacked softly against each other whenever a vibration ran through the room. The freezer unit overhead hummed on, then off, then on again. A restless, mechanical growl. Each time it paused, there was a moment where all you could hear was the dripping. Tush, tush. Drops fell slowly from some of the hanging bodies, landing in stainless steel pans below. The sound was small, precise, each hit ringing just enough to make my teeth hurt. In spots, the pans had overflowed in the past. Little rust trails marked where liquid had run over the sides and down to the floor drain. The smell coated the inside of my nose. It was all-encompassing. If you have ever been in a funeral home prep room or the back of a butcher shop on a hot day, multiply that by 10 and then imagine no one ever airing it out. "Tom," Evan said again, somewhere behind me. "We need to go. Now." We go back up those stairs. Call somebody, call everybody, I don't care who. This is... He broke off, his voice thinning. His flashlight beam had swung away from the hanging bodies and landed on something along the right-hand wall. I turned to follow it. There, between two of the huge plastic bins, a shelving unit stood bolted to the concrete. It might once have been metal, but layers of paint and something else had obscured its original sheen. On the shelves, in neat rows, 3 deep and 4 across, were skulls. Not plastic models, not Halloween decorations. Real, bare human skulls. The sight hit me with a cold clarity that cut through even the smell. There is something about skulls that is impossible to fully domesticate, no matter how many you have seen in textbooks or on cop shows. The empty orbits, the hollow grin. They strip away everything that made a person themselves and reduce it to bone and absence. Each skull had a small rectangular tag wired through one of the eye sockets or threaded through a drilled hole near the cheekbone. The tags were thin metal, the kind used in industrial settings, stamped with letters and numbers. Time had tarnished them to various shades of dull silver and brown, but the words were still legible. We stepped closer, as if pulled. The rest of the room faded. The tick of the rails and the drip of the pans became background noise. The first tag I read said K. James, L.A., 1994. The second, D. Hill, G.A., 2002. The third, S. Nguyen, Texas, 2007. Each one was a name, 2-letter state abbreviation, and a year. The years spanned decades. Late 80s, mid-90s, early 2000s. The states were all familiar truck routes. Louisiana, Texas, Georgia, Tennessee, Alabama, Ohio, Indiana, the kind of places you run if you are doing east-west and south-north lanes. It was a litany of the road. Evan's light moved shakily from skull to skull, lips soundlessly forming some of the names as he read them. I recognized a couple of surnames from old conversations, missing driver rumors that had floated around dispatch. Not the exact names, not for sure, but close enough to make my skin prickle. On the second shelf, third from the left, My eyes snagged on a tag before I even really read it. The pattern of letters was just too familiar. T. Graham, O. 2019. For a second, my brain just did pattern recognition. T. Graham, Ohio. I know that guy. I know that name from... Then something inside me lurched. I froze. It was like my body forgot how to breathe for a second. The tag did not say Tommy. It did not have his last name. It had mine. T. Graham. Oh. 2019. My hand moved on its own, reaching out, fingers hovering just inches from the bone. The skull beneath the tag was no different from the others at first glance. Same yellowed color, same hairline fractures spiderwebbing across the crown, same empty sockets and nasal cavity, same rows of teeth in a rictus grin. Then my light caught on one small detail in the upper jaw. Second molar from the back, right side. A filling. Not just any filling. A small, precisely shaped square of silver, set a little crooked in a way I had run my tongue over for years. I knew that tooth. When I was 17, I wrecked my first car, slid on black ice into a guardrail outside of town. I cracked a molar, clenching my jaw on impact. The dentist patched it with a cheap silver filling because that is what insurance covered. Every checkup since, he had told me, "We'll get that replaced with a nicer composite one of these days." And every time I had nodded and never scheduled it. I ran my tongue along the inside of my cheek on reflex now and felt it there, in my own mouth. That same little foreign square. That same faint metallic tang if I pressed too hard. But it was also here, embedded in this skull. For a moment, everything glitched. The room seemed to tilt, a slow, queasy shift. My knees went soft, and I had to grab the edge of the shelf to keep from going down. The cold in the air sharpened until it felt like knives against my sweat. The sounds around me surged in volume. The drip from the pans became a roar. Tosh! 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 Each drop landed like a gunshot in my ears. The tick of the hook wheels on the rails overhead sped up, as if something had jerked the line into motion. Tick, tick, tick. My vision tunneled. Everything outside the immediate circle of my flashlight went fuzzy, like bad reception. The skull in front of me was the only fixed point. Its empty eyes, the little metal tag, that mocking sliver of silver in the tooth, where my tongue insisted it was also sitting. A thought pushed through the fog with terrible, simple logic. I died here. Not I might die here, not someone like me died here. Just a flat, impossible certainty that some version of me had already been processed through this place in 2019 and left as inventory on this shelf. I do not know how long I stood there like that. A second, an hour. Time in that room did not behave the way it was supposed to. "Tom," Evan said. His voice sounded far away at first, like he was yelling at me through a tunnel. Then, closer. "Tom, hey, look at me, man." His hand was on my shoulder, squeezing hard enough to hurt. I blinked, and the rest of the room came back into focus in jerky pieces. The stainless steel tables further in, the drains, the hanging bodies that were definitely not pigs, the fluorescent lights buzzing like angry insects. I yanked my hand back from the shelf as if burned. That's my name," I heard myself say. I sounded drunk. I see it," he cut in, his own voice strained. "We're leaving. Right now. We're going back up those stairs. We're getting in the truck, and we're..." He did not get to finish the sentence. From somewhere above us, muffled through layers of concrete and machinery, came the unmistakable sound of a heavy steel door slamming. Kang. The impact vibrated down through the ceiling, into the rails, into the hooks, A faint tremor ran along the metal network overhead, setting every hanging chain and carcass swinging just a little more. Tick, tick, tick. Then, over our heads and slightly to the left, we heard footsteps. Not one pair, several. Slow, deliberate steps crossing a floor we could not see. The sound traveled along the length of the building, heel to toe on some unseen concrete above. Each step made the rails hum. The hooks rattled softly, jingling like small, cruel bells. A couple of the bodies nearest us gave a slightly wider sway, bumping the ones beside them with wet, flesh-on-flesh thuds. Evan's light jerked up to the ceiling, then back to the stairs. "They know we're here," he whispered. In the silence that followed, the freezer unit kicked back on with a shuddering growl, and the skull with my name grinned at me from the shelf like it already knew how this was supposed to end. 4.1. Caught like cattle. For a second after the footsteps started above us, nothing happened. The skull with my name kept smiling. The drip from the pans kept ticking down. The freezer unit hummed on, a low mechanical growl that felt like it was vibrating right through my sternum. Evan edged closer to the stairs. "We move now," he whispered. "We go up before whoever that is decides to come." He did not get to down. The door at the top of the stairs slammed open with a hard metallic crack that shook dust down from the ceiling. A rectangle of grayish light spilled into the stairwell, cutting a ragged wedge into the gloom near the bottom. Then shadows moved in that light. Boots first. Heavy rubber ones. The kind you wear when you expect to stand in things you do not want to think about. They came down the steps in a steady rhythm that did not hurry, did not hesitate, just came. Evan froze halfway to the stairs. I found that I could not move at all. It was like my feet had grafted themselves to the cold tile. My body had recognized something my brain refused to name. The first man through the lower door was the butcher from the diner window. His white coat from the night before was gone. In its place, he wore a thick plastic apron, clear enough that I could see the dark shirt and bulk of him underneath. The apron was splattered from chest to thigh with fresh red, some of it still wet enough to glisten under the fluorescent light. A few streaks ran all the way down to his knees, where they disappeared into the tops of his black rubber boots. He had traded the casual elbows on the counter slouch for a different posture entirely. Shoulders squared, hands loose at his sides, head slightly tilted, like he was listening for something only he could hear. Behind him came two more men in rubber boots and blood-smeared aprons. They wore blue coveralls under the plastic and matching white caps, the kind you see in old factory photos. Their faces were ordinary in a way that hurt. Guys you would not look at twice at a truck stop or home improvement store. One had a mustache gone half gray, the other a pockmarked jaw. Both wore long rubber gloves that went up to their elbows, the fingers stained a deep maroon. At the back of the group, just inside the door, stood Lorraine and the old man from the corner booth. They did not wear aprons now, but their hair was damp, slicked back tight to their skulls. Lorraine's perm lay flattened, darker where the moisture clung. The old man's thin hair looked shellacked to his scalp. They had the look of people who had just stepped out of some kind of head cover, hoods or caps, recently shed. Their diner smiles were gone. Their faces were blank, eyes heavy-lidded and watchful. Nobody said a word. The only sounds were the squish of the boots on the damp concrete and the faint metallic ting as the overhead rail shuddered with their weight in the room. Each step they took sent a small tremor through the floor. The hanging bodies swayed minutely, brushing against each other with wet, meat-on-meat thumps. We were just leaving," Evan managed. hands raised halfway, palms out. We got turned around looking for the office, that's all. It was exactly the kind of lie you tell a security guard or a foreman. Everywhere else, it might have at least started a conversation. Here, it did nothing. The butcher's eyes slid over Evan and then over to me, then past us to the shelf of skulls, like he was checking inventory. He nodded once, almost to himself. Then he moved. For a big man, he closed the distance fast. 1 second he was a few yards away. The next he was right in front of Evan, close enough that I could see the tiny flecks of dried blood on his beard stubble. Evan flinched back, but there was nowhere to go. The bins of bone were behind him, the hanging bodies on one side, me on the other. "Hey!" he started. The butcher's hand flashed up and grabbed him by the front of his hoodie, fingers bunching the fabric at the throat. He yanked Evan forward with casual strength, twisting him off balance. Evan's boots skidded on the damp tile. One of the other men stepped in from the side, raising something I had not noticed he was carrying until that moment. A captive bolt gun. If you have never seen one up close, it looks almost like an overbuilt nail gun. Thick barrel, heavy grip, a cable or hose sometimes trailing from the back. They use them in slaughterhouses to drop cattle. One quick punch of a metal rod into the skull to scramble the brain. Humane, the brochures say. Efficient. The guy held it point blank to the center of Evan's forehead. For a split second, our eyes met. Evan's were wide, pupils blown. His lips moved soundlessly, maybe forming my name. The sound the bolt gun made was not the thunderous bang you get in movies. It was a short, ugly cough. Pfft, like a tire letting out its last breath. Evan's head snapped back a fraction of an inch and then stopped. No dramatic whipping motion, just a little jerk. A thin, bright crack etched itself across his forehead where metal had met bone. For the briefest heartbeat, he stayed upright, eyes still open, as if nothing had happened. Then the rest caught up. His knees folded. His hands flew up, fingers clawing at the air. The butcher rode his weight down, still gripping his hoodie, guiding him to the floor like he was helping a drunk sit. Blood did not spray out in an arterial arc. That is not how captive bolts really work. Instead, a small, dark bloom opened in the center of his forehead, and for an instant I could see the bone split under the skin, a spiderweb of fracture lines radiating outward. A thick trickle slid down the bridge of his nose, over one eye, then dripped from his cheek to the floor. Tash. It landed in a tiny red coin on the tile. Evan's body convulsed. All of him went tight, rigid, every muscle firing at once. His boots thudded against the concrete. His fingers spasmed, clawing at the butcher's arm, then at nothing. His eyes rolled, pupils vanishing, whites flashing. A sound came out of his throat, something between a gasp and a gurgle. Then the tension left him all at once. He sagged in the butcher's grip, dead weight. One last shiver went down his legs, his heels scraping a half circle on the wet floor. Something inside his skull made a soft, final crunching noise. The man with the bolt gun calmly thumbed a switch, resetting the mechanism with a little metallic clack. He did not look at Evan's face. He did not look at me. He just stepped back, checking the tool like a mechanic between jobs. My own hearing narrowed. The freezer's hum dropped out. The drip faded. The only thing I could hear clearly was my own pulse thundering in my ears, each beat so strong it made my vision pulse with it. "Stop," I tried to say. It came out as a wheeze. "You can't..." The second worker moved. He came up behind me faster than I could turn, something hard and heavy, an elbow, the butt of a tool, slammed into the base of my skull. White light exploded behind my eyes. A sound like every radio I had ever owned, tuning itself between stations, roared in my head. For a moment I was still standing, but my body had forgotten how. My legs folded without my permission. My knees hit the tile. I barely felt it. The room tilted sideways. Through the ringing in my ears, I registered fragments. Lorraine standing just inside the door, hands clasped in front of her apron, expression as polite and absent as it had been when she asked if we wanted fries. Her eyes were wrong now, flat, all the warmth boiled off. The old man next to her, his gaze locked not on us, but on the rail system overhead, as if listening for its song. The butcher hooking his hands under Evan's armpits and dragging him toward one of the drains. Evan's boots left 2 dark streaks on the floor, where his soles smeared through whatever film coated it. His head lolled back at an angle that made my stomach heave. Squish, squish. The rubber boots of the workers pressed water and old blood out of the seams in the floor as they walked. Each step was a soft, obscene suction sound. My field of view shrank until it was just the shelf again. The skulls in their rows, the tags, my name. There was an empty space at the end of the row, just big enough for one more skull. The tag for that spot was already dangling from a nail, swinging slightly in the disturbed air. I could not read it from where I was, but I knew, down in the part of myself that understood the logic of this place, that the letters were already there. A flash of movement cut across my vision. The butcher had turned back toward me. The way he looked at me was not angry, not excited. It was appraising. The same way you size up a side of beef to see which hook it belongs on. His eyes paused on my head, lingered on my jaw, as if mentally measuring bone. I tried to scramble backward, palms slipping in something wet. My fingers skidded in a smear of red and darkened the concrete. A high whine filled my ears, my own nervous system screaming. He took one step toward me. The rail overhead chimed softly as one of the empty hooks slid a few inches along its track, answering some vibration I could not feel. Ting. That delicate bell-like note was the last clear thing I heard. The worker behind me swung again. The impact was a blunt, blooming pain at the base of my skull, and then sound turned into a single, flat tone. The room pulled away from me all at once, as if I were falling backward into a tunnel made of cold air and meat smell. As I slid under, I had one last nauseating glimpse. The shelf of skulls receding like a row of headlights in a rearview mirror. The one with my name shining brightest, its silver filling catching the fluorescent light in a wink that looked, for just a heartbeat, like recognition. 4, 2. On the table coming back was like surfacing through ice. I did not wake up all at once. First, there was just sound, a low, steady motor hum somewhere off to my right. It vibrated through my skull, a long, sustained whine that climbed and dipped as something in it wobbled. Bye! On top of that, a sharper rhythm. Tush, tush, tush. Drops hitting metal. Then there was sensation. A burning line at the base of my skull where I had been hit. A dull ache in my shoulders and hips. Something tight around my wrists and ankles, biting into the skin. Cold under my back, soaking in. When I finally pried my eyes open, the world above me was stainless steel and fluorescent light. I was on a table. One of those heavy-duty stainless prep tables, slightly concave toward the middle so liquids run toward the drain. It was wide enough that I could not touch both sides with my arms spread, long enough that my heels didn't quite reach the end. Leather straps pinned me down at the wrists and ankles. Old, cracked leather, darkened in places where it had soaked up things over the years. Each strap was bolted to the table frame and buckled tight over me with dull metal hardware. When I tried to move, they bit into my skin, the edges cutting into raw, already bruised flesh. My right shoulder screamed when I tested it. My left wrist lit up with a sharp sting. I looked down as far as I could, chin pressed against my chest. The strap around my left wrist was cinched tight, but the stitching along one edge had given way. A few coarse threads hung loose, frayed. Under them, my own skin was rubbed raw, a crescent of torn flesh wet with fresh blood. For a second, I just stared at that little tear in the leather. It was the only imperfection in the restraint, the only hint that whoever had rigged this up was not completely invincible. Then another sound cut across the motor hum and drip, a wet slapping noise, followed by a faint rubbery squeak. I forced my head to tilt to the right. The muscles in my neck protested, vision swam, but it settled eventually. Evan hung there. They had got him on the rail. He was upside down, suspended from one of the hooks that ran along the overhead track. The hook punched through both of his ankles, just above the heel bones, the metal gleaming where it had torn the skin. His boots were gone. His feet were bare, toes slack. A slow, intermittent trickle of blood ran down his calves, over the backs of his knees, and dripped from his thighs. Tosh. His torso had been opened from sternum to pelvis in a clean, practiced line. The edges of the cut were neat, held apart by stainless steel retractors that looked almost dainty compared to what they were doing. A glistening coil of intestine had been eased out and lowered into a pan beneath him, still attached, still part of him. It shifted slightly with each residual twitch of his muscles, slithering wetly against itself. His organs steamed faintly in the cold room air, little wisps rising and fading under the harsh lights. His chest still moved, barely. A shallow, hitching rise and fall, the last reflexes of a body that had not gotten the memo yet. With every ghost of a breath, a bubble of red formed at the ragged edges of the bolt wound in his forehead and burst, sending a tiny spray down the bridge of his nose. His eyes were half open, not seeing. They rolled in tiny circles, tracking nothing, whites showing where irises had slipped away. Sometimes they keep twitching, a voice said conversationally. Brain's gone, they just don't know it yet. Nerves hang on a while. Body's stubborn that way. The butcher stood at the foot of the table near my bare feet, up close like this, without the distance of the diner counter or the initial shock in the chiller. He looked like exactly what he was. A man who had done this so often that it barely registered as work. His plastic apron was fresh again, or he had changed it. The top half was already spattered with new red, some of it Evan's, some of it maybe from whatever job they had been doing before we wandered in. His rubber gloves shone dark and wet. Behind him, propped on a rolling tray, lay a selection of stainless instruments arranged in neat rows. Scalpels, boning knives, cleavers, a bone saw, a pair of heavy shears, hooks. They were clean, at least. Somebody here cared about sharpness and order. That one's just about done, he said, nodding toward Evan without looking. Another 15 minutes and he'll be quiet. Let him go, I rasped. My voice sounded like it belonged to someone who had swallowed a handful of gravel. He didn't. The butcher tilted his head, considering me. This part's not about lettin' or not lettin', he said. This part's about finishing what we started. You understand that concept, driver? Finance calls it closing the books. Out here, we just call it processing. He stepped closer, his boots making that soft squish-squish sound on the damp floor. "You spend enough time on the highway? You figure something out," he went on, tone almost conversational, like we were in a class or on a tour. "Nobody counts you. Not really. They count the freight, the boxes, the pallets. They know exactly how many cases leave a plant, how many arrive at the DC, how many get scanned at the store. They lose a case, somebody gets yelled at. They lose a driver." He shrugged. "Paperwork gets filed. Insurance pays out. They slap your picture on a bulletin board for a month. Then they hire somebody else to haul the same loads down the same lanes." He picked up a knife from the tray and held it up, examining the edge in the light. It was long and narrow, the kind of blade you use to slide between bone and tendon. He thumbed the steel gently, then set it back down. "Highway meat's easy," he said. "It's already packaged. You boys live out of your cabs. You got your own freezer right behind you, humming away. You pull into some no-name town in the middle of the night. Nobody bats an eye. You don't show up at the next stop, well." He smiled, a small, humorless thing. "People vanish off the road all the time. They blame hijackings, serial killers, bad weather, bad luck. You're ghosts before anybody even comes looking. And even when they do, all they find is an empty truck and a half-told story." I twisted my left hand against the strap, feeling the stitched edge grind into the raw skin of my wrist. The leather resisted, then creaked. The butcher glanced at the shelf of skulls across the room, as if checking a chart. "Plant like this never really shuts down," he mused. "They say it burned. They say folks died. They say they boarded it up and walked away. But the thing about a place that's designed to turn life into product is, once it learns how, it doesn't forget. It just changes what walks through the door." He stepped around the side of the table closer to my left arm. The smell of him, blood, sweat, old soap, cut through even the reek of the room. His gloved fingers pressed into the strap, testing it, as if checking whether his restraints were still up to code. "You boys got curious," he said. "You followed a sign you were warned about. You came down some stairs you should have left alone. That makes you volunteers, far as I'm concerned. There's always demand for product that doesn't exist on paper." Behind him, Evan made a small sound. Not a word, not anything human. Just a wet exhale forced through a body too damaged to form anything more. A spill of something thicker than blood slid from the open cavity of his abdomen into the pan beneath. Slup. The butcher did not look back. I twisted my wrist again, harder. The torn stitching bit into the cut in my skin, and hot pain lanced up my arm. I welcomed it. It meant something was giving. Each tiny movement sawed the rotten thread further apart. I felt one more fiber snap with a small, gritty pop. "Thing about the highway," he said, voice almost dreamy now, as if he were reciting something he had said 100 times, "is that it's full of folks right on the edge, tired, alone, halfway between where they were and where they're going. Nobody sees them as anything but what they can haul. Out here, we just cut out the middleman, save everybody some time." My pulse hammered in my throat. Sweat ran cold down my sides, tickling where it met the metal. I curled my left hand as much as I could inside the strap, driving my thumb into the raw slice of my own flesh, widening it, making space. Leather creaked. My skin tore a little more. Warmth spread down into my palm, slick and sticky. The butcher leaned over me now, studying my face properly for the first time since I'd woken up. His eyes moved from my jawline to my brow, to my teeth when I instinctively clenched them. "You're a good specimen," he said matter-of-factly. "Decent bone, not too much fat. A lot of miles on you, but that just makes the flavor more interesting." He reached out with one gloved hand and pried my lips apart with a thumb and forefinger, like you would with a horse you were checking the age of. The rubber tasted like bleach and iron. My first instinct was to bite down, but I forced myself not to. He tilted my head, eyes focusing on the right side of my mouth. I knew what he was looking at. That little square of silver, the filling, the traitor lodged in my tooth. "There he is," he murmured. "Right on schedule." My heart collisioned against my ribs. Right on schedule. He let go. My jaws snapped shut with a click that made my teeth ache. The motor in the corner climbed a note. V. I risked a glance toward it. A meat saw sat on a waist-high stand in the far corner, the blade a blur as it spun in open air. No one was touching it. It whined by itself, the sound warbling faintly, as if it did not need a hand on the switch anymore to know when it was time. The butcher turned away to the instrument tray, picking up a pair of shears, checking their movement. In that small window, I pulled. I put everything I had into it. All the panic and anger and terror, all the miles and bad coffee and near misses that had built the muscles in my shoulders. I jerked my left arm sideways, twisting my hand, feeling the strap bite deep into that ragged line of broken skin. For a second, nothing happened. Then, with a sudden, sickening give, the rotten stitching finally snapped. The strap did not break completely, but the loop around my wrist widened just enough. My hand tore free, leaving a smear of blood and skin on the leather. Pain flared hot and white, but my arm was out. I did not think. I just moved. My newly freed hand shot sideways, fingers clawing for the edge of the tray. The cool steel lip met my palm. I shoved with everything I had. The tray flipped. For a heartbeat, everything hung there in slow motion. Stainless steel instruments lifting off the surface, each one catching a slice of fluorescent light. Then gravity took over. The knives and shears and hooks crashed to the floor in a clattering, ringing avalanche. Clang, clink, clang. One scalpel skidded under the table with a shriek. A cleaver hit flat and bounced, spinning away. A bone saw handle smacked the butcher in the thigh and dropped between his boots. The neat order of the room shattered. The motor's whine drowned for a moment under the metallic chaos. Evan's pan rattled on its stand. Somewhere behind us, a skull on the shelf shifted and tapped against its neighbor with a hollow knock. The air, which had been cold and still, seemed to crack open. The butcher jerked around, eyes going wide for the first time since I met him. The easy, clinical composure evaporated from his face, replaced by something raw and angry. "Son of a..." he started. The sound of crashing steel was still echoing off the tile when the temperature of the room seemed to jump 10 degrees. Not warmer, just more alive. The clean, segmented process he had been walking us through dissolved into something messier, meaner. For the first time since we stepped through the back door of Garnet Meat and Packing, I saw something in his expression I could use. Surprise. 4.3, blood, bones, and the door. For a second after the tray hit the floor, everybody just froze. The tools were still bouncing, spinning, clattering in widening circles. A scalpel skidded all the way to the drain and clinked against the grate. The meat saw's motor in the corner yowled a little higher, like the noise had startled it too. The butcher's face changed in that moment. The calm, bored detachment evaporated. What replaced it was simple, and ugly. Anger. "You stupid son of a—" He lunged. He came around the side of the table fast, arm reaching for my throat, boots slapping on the wet tile. For a guy his size, he should not have been that quick. But rage makes people efficient. He did not see the puddle. The pan under Evan had overflowed a little when they were working on him. A ribbon of dark, slick liquid had crept out across the floor and spread into a shallow, reflective smear. The butcher's leading foot hit that line at full speed. There was a sound like a mop slapping a linoleum floor. His boot skidded sideways. Momentum did the rest. He went down hard. His shoulder slammed into the edge of the table with a dull, meaty thud that shook the steel under my back. His head whipped sideways and cracked against the corner with a sound that was all bone. Cop. That noise went straight through me. It was deep, final, like somebody dropping a rock down a well. He crumpled partially under the table on my left side, one arm pinned beneath him, the other flung out at an awkward angle. Blood, his this time, started to seep from a gash at his temple, running in a thin line into the groove along the floor. The other worker swore and moved toward us, stepping over fallen knives. The bolt gun man fumbled for a better grip on his tool, the cable trailing behind it like an umbilical. I did not think. My freed hand scrabbled blindly across the floor next to the table until my fingers closed around cold metal, one of the smaller meat hooks that had gone flying off the tray. It was about the length of my forearm, thick steel bent into that familiar, cruel question mark curve. I did not aim. I just drove it down into the closest thing that moved. It turned out to be the butcher's face. The hook met resistance for a fraction of a second. Skin, muscle, then punched through with sickening ease. There was a wet, cracking sound as the point caught his cheekbone, forced it aside, then tore through the lower edge of his eye socket. Crack. His good eye flew open, wide and white. The other changed. The hook had gone in under it, punching through from just above his jaw. For a heartbeat, the eyeball bulged, then ruptured. A gush of dark fluid and paler jelly spilled down his cheek, mixing with the blood from his temple. His body jerked. One leg kicked out, heel thudding against the table support. A spray of red hit my arm and face, hot and metallic. I yanked the hook free. It came out with a sound like somebody pulling a nail from old wood. A flap of torn skin and bone came with it. The worker nearest me shouted, more in shock than pain, and lunged. He caught my right forearm with both hands, fingers digging in, trying to pin it back to the table. His grip was strong, rough, years of lifting quarters strong. The bolt gun man was circling around toward my head, raising the tool. "Hold him still," he barked. Behind them, Evan made another wet, half-conscious noise as his body registered the commotion. The pan under him rattled. The bone saw in the corner howled higher, as if it knew it was about to matter. "Vai!" I twisted my left arm, the one they thought was still secure. The half-broken strap bit into the torn meat of my wrist, sending a flare of bright pain up my tendons. But it gave me just enough slack to shift my hand down, under, around. My fingertips grazed the edge of the buckle. The worker holding me down leaned his full weight into pinning my right arm. His face was inches from mine now, mouth set, eyes narrowed. Spit flecked his lip. "Just breathe," he grunted. "It's almost over." I got my left thumb under the leather, jammed it between my skin and the buckle prong, and shoved. The metal slipped. The strap jumped a notch looser. I tore my hand free. Skin ripped with it. I felt the top layer of my wrist peel like tape, but I was loose. I drove my newly freed fist straight into the worker's throat. His eyes bulged. He gagged, grip faltering, both hands flying to his neck. The bolt gun man cursed and surged forward, raising the tool like a hammer. I heaved my shoulders, rolling as much as the remaining straps would let me. The bolt gun came down, not into my forehead, but into the steel just beside it. Pfft! The metal rod punched a crater into the table with a sharp, ringing thunk. A shower of tiny steel flecks hit my cheek. The recoil wrenched the tool from his hands. It clattered across my chest and dropped to the floor, trailing its cable. I did not wait. Using every bit of torque I could steal from my hips, I swung my left arm out and down off the table. My fingers brushed metal again. This time the handle of the meat saw, its motor screaming a few decibels higher, blade still spinning in empty air. I grabbed it and yanked. The saw toppled off its stand, almost too heavy for my injured wrist, but adrenaline lent me a strength I did not question. The worker who had lost the bolt gun was still off balance, one hand reaching for his fallen weapon, the other grabbing for the table. I swung the saw up toward him in a wild arc. The blade kissed his shoulder first. For a fraction of a second, there was resistance, the kind your body remembers from cutting into a frozen roast. Then the teeth bit. Crook. It was the sound of bone being chewed, muffled by meat. His arm did not come off clean. The spinning blade carved a savage channel from the top of his clavicle down across his chest, tearing through skin, muscle, and ribs. Blood fountained out in a hot, high spray, painting the white tile behind him in a wide, vivid arc. He screamed, a raw animal sound. The saw bucked in my hands as it met more bone, snarling, crook, crook. I smelled burnt hair and scorched marrow as teeth met rib and bounced, throwing off sparks. Something thick and solid, maybe part of his scapula, gave with a crunch, and suddenly his left side sagged weirdly, like one half of his chest had come unhinged. He staggered back, both hands flying to the wound. His fingers sank into his own opened meat, trying stupidly to hold it in. The motor whined on in my hands, spitting flecks of red. The other worker, the one I had punched in the throat, backed away too, wheezing, eyes wild. For the first time since we came down here, I saw something like fear in the room that was not mine. Evan swung a little harder on the rail, his body reacting to the vibrations. A loop of intestine slipped fully out of the cavity and dropped into the pan with a wet thump. Slup. I saw none of that as individual images in the moment. It all smeared together. Noise and heat and slick surfaces. I used the saw like a club now, smashing the casing into the nearest knee, the nearest shin, anything that threatened to come close. It caught the edge of a stainless tray, knocking it flying into a bin of bones. Vertebrae spilled onto the floor like macabre dice. Somewhere in the mess, a loose skull rolled off the shelf. It clattered down, bounced off another, and came to rest near my dangling right hand. Its tag swung crazily on its bit of wire, tapping the metal of the shelf. Ting, ting. I caught a flash of the stamping as it spun. Tigre. I did not look again. If I looked, I might freeze. If I froze, I was dead. My right ankle was still strapped. The leather cut into my skin as I kicked, using my free leg to lever myself sideways. I got my left foot under the edge of the strap, dug my heel in, and heaved. The buckle popped. I rolled off the table. The landing knocked the breath out of me. I hit the floor on my shoulder and ribs, the meat saw ripping out of my grip and skittering away, blade still whining. For a second, the world tilted and went white around the edges. When it snapped back, I was on my hands and knees in a lake of blood and melted ice and things I did not want to identify. I crawled. My palms slid. Bone shifted under my weight as I knocked against the bin. Tags on the skull shelf chimed softly as my shoulder hit the metal. One of them, the one closest to my face as I passed, swung enough to tap the shelf edge with a clear, almost musical note. Ting. It was the tag with my name. Of course it was. Then I was past it, stumbling toward the door at the far end of the room, the one that led back to the stairs. Behind me, someone shouted my name, not in the way a friend does, in the way a butcher calls out an order. Graham! I did not look back. I hit the push bar with both hands. It flew inward. Cold stairwell air rushed over me like a greeting. I took the steps 2 at a time, half running, half falling, shoulder slamming into the damp concrete wall to steady myself when my vision swam. My breath tore out of me in ragged clouds. My clothes clung to me, heavy with blood that was starting to chill. Bitch! 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 My boots pounded the stairs, echo returning in delayed mockery. At the top, the smaller steel door, the one that led outside, stood exactly as we had left it. No new lock, no chain, just that corroded handle and the faint line of daylight at the edges. For a moment, panic tried to tell me it would not open, that whatever rules governed this place would not let me pass back through, that I was already on the shelf and this was just some glitching after image. I slammed into it with my shoulder. It gave. The door burst outward, and I stumbled into a different world. The cold hit me first, colder than even the chiller. A raw, open-air cold that tasted of ash and old smoke, not chemicals and blood. I staggered a few steps before my brain caught up and let me really see. Garnett was gone. Or rather, Garnett was still there, but not the version we had driven into. The diner's front windows were shattered, jagged teeth of glass still clinging to the frames. The open sign lay face down on the cracked sidewalk, one of its tubes snapped in half, its insides exposed and dead. The posters on the window were scorched, corners curled black from heat. The gas station across the way was a carcass. The canopy over the pumps had partially collapsed on one side. One support pole twisted like it had melted before rehardening. The pump faces were gutted, hoses hanging in limp arcs, handles melted into formless blobs. The price board was unreadable, its plastic bubbled and blackened. The Motor Inn sign behind the diner was nothing but a bent metal frame and a few strips of melted plastic clinging to it like skin. The row of rooms sagged. Roof caved in over 2 doors, scorch marks licking up the walls. And the plant, Garnet Meat and Packing Company, looked like it had been put through its own process. The brick walls were blackened in irregular patches. Soot streaked up from the windows, where flames had once licked out. Several of the upper windows were blown out entirely, their edges charred. The main loading dock door was warped, bulging outward, as if something had exploded behind it years ago. One section of roof near the back had collapsed, leaving a jagged gap where twisted metal rafters poked into the gray sky like broken ribs. Weeds had grown through cracks in the lot, brittle and brown now, hugging the ground. Newspaper pages, bleached and fragile, skittered in the wind, flapping against the curbs and chain-link fence. A rusted shopping cart lay on its side near the diner, one wheel spinning lazily. It did not look like a place that had operated last night. It looked like a place that had burned hard and then sat untouched for decades. I turned in a slow circle, heart jackhammering against my ribs. There were no fresh tire tracks, no footprints except mine and Evan's from earlier, already half blurred by ash and dust. No humming lights, no neon flicker, no people. I could feel blood cooling on my skin, sticking my shirt to my chest. My hands shook. There were streaks of someone else's meat on my arm, bits of tissue flaking away as the wind dried them. The only sound was the wind. It slid around the corners of the ruined buildings, whistling softly, picking at loose pieces of metal so they clanged dully now and then. Somewhere a door banged against its frame, rhythmically, like a slow heartbeat. Thunk, thunk, thunk. I took one stumbling step toward where we had parked the truck. The spot was empty. The oil stain where the engine had sat was still there, darker than the rest of the concrete. The long brown trail we had followed that morning was paler now, older, flaking at the edges. It did not look like it had been made last night. It looked like it had been there long enough to be part of the lot. I stood in that emptiness, chest heaving, lungs burning, and something in my head started to tilt again. Then, riding on the wind from somewhere beyond the ruined plant, so faint I almost convinced myself I was imagining it, came a sound, chirp, a long, slow drag, scrurp, like something heavy and wet being pulled across concrete. It came from deep inside the building, or from under it, or from under my feet. It was impossible to tell. The ruins distorted it, bounced it around until it was everywhere and nowhere at once. I felt it in my bones as much as I heard it. That same subtle vibration I had felt under the truck in the motel lot, under the floor of my apartment in Columbus. Scrup. Whatever was down there was still working, still moving, still hauling its product from one place to another. Time and fire be damned. The town might have burned, the plant might have been boarded up, the sign might have been erased from maps. But somewhere below the gutted shell of garnet meat and packing, the rail system was still hanging, the drains were still waiting, and something was still dragging new inventory down into the cold. 5.1. Walking through a town that should not be there. I do not remember deciding to move. One second I was standing in the middle of that dead lot staring at where the truck should have been, listening to that dragging sound in the bones of the place. The next, my feet were carrying me down what passed for Main Street, like they were running some old route I had never consciously driven. Garnet in daylight, if you could call that flat gray sky daylight, looked wrong from every angle. The buildings I had seen alive just hours before were split open. Their insides turned out to rot. Cinderblock walls had long black tongues of soot licking up them, stopping in uneven patches where the fire had run out of air. Windows were nothing but jagged frames. Their glass exploded outward in a scatter of shards that crunched under my boots. The painted signs above storefronts, Harrison's Fuel, Town Diner, Garnet Pharmacy, were bubbled and charred, letters half melted into unreadable shapes. Where the long brown trail of liquid had run across the concrete last night, there was now a permanent scar. A wide black streak cut across the street, fused into the surface like someone had poured oil and ash together and then baked it until it became part of the road. It started in the same place, between the plant and the motel, and ran toward where our truck had been parked, then kept going, fading into a tangle of other stains near the intersection. I could not tell if I was looking at the aftermath of the same line I had followed downstairs, or some older version, left behind when everything else burned. Every breath tasted like old smoke and wet concrete. The air had that hollow quality you get on abandoned industrial sites, where all the heat has gone out of the walls, but the smell refuses to leave. Wind pushed through the gaps in the ruined buildings, finding every loose piece of metal it could touch. The Motor Inn sign frame rattled on its poles. The empty brackets where the plastic letters had once been clacking softly. Cash. Cash. somewhere further down the street, a length of chain banged against a metal railing in irregular beats, like a hook swaying on a rail that nobody was pushing. The sound rose and fell with the gusts, just on the edge of hearing. I passed the diner. Up close, it was even more wrong than from the lot. The front door hung half off its hinges, the glass blown out of it. Black streaks of soot radiated from the windows, fanning up across the brick. Inside, the booths were upended, their vinyl seats ripped and charred. The counter where Lorraine had poured us coffee was warped and blistered, the laminate peeled back like skin from a burn. Above it all, the ceiling was a map of smoke patterns. Dark fingers tracked along the joists, indicating where the fire had run, where it had breathed, where it had stalled. In one corner, near where the clock had hung, the plaster had collapsed entirely, exposing blackened beams above. No neon buzz, no clock, no tick-tick, from hands that could not keep time, just emptiness. Dust motes floating in the weak gray light, shifting when the wind found a new crack to slip through. For a moment I saw it as it had been the night before. Lorraine behind the counter, hair sprayed into that stiff halo. The old man in the corner booth, hands around his coffee cup that he never drank from. The butcher leaning in the pass-through window, white coat crisp and clean over his bulk. Then the vision peeled away, like smoke blown off a mirror. All that was left was scorched furniture and the smell of something that had burned a long time ago and still had not finished. My legs felt hollow. Every step was an effort, like walking in a dream where your feet do not quite touch the floor. My jeans clung to me, stiff in places where blood had dried. The wind found every wet patch and knifed through it, making me flinch. At the far end of town, just before the road curved off and started back toward the highway, something wooden caught my eye. It was a sign. Not a street sign or a business board, but a memorial. Somebody had taken 2 thick posts and hammered them into the ground years ago. Between them, a wide plank of weathered wood was bolted in place. The paint on it had peeled and cracked, but the carved letters were still readable, black pigment clinging in the grooves. In memory of the 27 lives lost Garnet Meat and Packing Company fire. 1982. The numbers hit me like a slap, almost 20 years before I ever climbed into a truck cab, before I even knew what interstate went where, before Evan was born. 27 lives. At the base of the sign, an attempt at a little garden had long since given up. A ring of fake flowers, plastic roses, daisies with faded yellow centers, lay flattened and discolored, some melted, some bleached, nearly white. A few small wooden crosses stuck out of the hard ground around them, each one with a name written in black marker that had run in the weather. I recognized a couple of the last names from the skull tags. Others meant nothing to me and probably everything to somebody once. The wind gusted. A loose bit of newspaper spun across the road, slapped against my leg, and then whipped on, plastering itself against the memorial for a second before peeling away. My left wrist throbbed in time with my heartbeat. I could feel the sticky cling of blood on my palm where the strap had flayed the skin. Every injury, every ache, suddenly felt very small against the knowledge carved into that board. The plant had burned in 1982. 27 dead. But I had just been inside it. I had just watched men who should have been long gone prep a body on a stainless table and talk about highway meat like it was a business plan. I had shoved a hook through a butcher's face and felt his bone give. I had seen my own filling shining in a skull tagged with my name and the year I should have died. I was not okay. I knew that. Shock does strange things, messes with time, makes you see things that are not there. But the straps on my wrists had been real. The saw had been real. Evan's intestines, sliding into the pan in slow, obscene loops, had been real in a way my brain would never fully shake. You cannot hallucinate that smell. Far off, beyond the limit of the ruined town, I heard something that did not belong in this hollow, burned-out place. An engine, not the low, interior growl of a freezer unit or the high whine of a bone saw. A diesel. Big. Working. My heart lurched. I stepped out from the shelter of the boarded storefronts and into the open, craning my neck. The road out of Garnett curved up a small rise, the land lifting just enough that I could see over the tangle of dead trees to the ribbon of highway beyond. A semi crested the rise, eastbound. The chrome on its grille flashed dull silver in the gray light. Its headlights swept across the ruined town in a quick, indifferent pass, painting the broken windows and burned signs for an instant before sliding on. I was moving before I consciously decided to. I ran. My legs did not feel like they belonged to me, but they moved. Boots hit cracked asphalt, then loose gravel, then the crumbling edge of the service road that led back to the interstate. My breath tore out of me in ragged, bloody-tasting bursts. "Hey!" I shouted, voice shredding itself on the air. "Hey!" The truck's engine noise grew louder as it approached. The deep, steady rumble of a rig that was doing the speed limit and not 1 mile over. I stumbled up the embankment, slipping in loose dirt and ash. My left knee buckled once. I caught myself on both hands, palms grinding into gravel, then pushed upright again. The world tilted, then snapped back. The semi was almost level with the exit when I hit the shoulder. Waving my arms like a madman, the driver's horn did not blast. The rig drifted a foot toward the center line as he hesitated, then eased back. I saw the cab's side mirror angle a little, catching me in its curve. I must have looked insane. A guy in torn, blood-smeared clothes, hair stuck to his forehead with sweat and dried gore, standing on the shoulder of a highway next to a closed, supposedly burned-out exit, screaming his lungs out and windmilling his arms. But I have been a driver long enough to know that we recognize our own. Even at speed, even through glass and distance, there is a look you clock. The specific mix of tired and wired in the eyes. The way somebody stands like they have been sitting for hours and still feel the phantom weight of the wheel. The rig's brake lights flared. The whole truck shuddered as the driver got on the brakes a little harder than he probably meant to. The trailer wobbled, then straightened. He signaled, a polite textbook tap of the indicator, and guided the truck onto the shoulder 100 yards ahead of me. The hiss of air brakes releasing cut through the wind. For a second, I thought my legs were going to give out entirely. Relief hit so hard, it felt almost like pain. I forced myself forward. The walk to the cab felt longer than any run I had ever done. Gravel crunched under my boots. The side of the trailer loomed up next to me. White paint streaked with road grime and dead bugs. As I drew level with the steps, the passenger door swung open with a creak. A man leaned out. Late 40s, maybe, with a ball cap pulled low and a short beard gone mostly gray. He had the soft, weary eyes of someone who had spent a lot of nights watching mile markers tick by. He looked me up and down, taking in the blood, the torn shirt, the way I was shaking. "You break out of a slaughterhouse?" he said, half a joke, half caution. I laughed. It sounded wrong coming out of my throat. "Something like that," I managed. "Please, I just need to get out of here." He held my gaze for a beat longer. weighing whatever he saw there against the stories he had heard on his own CB. The things dispatch told him to ignore, the warnings about picking up strangers. Then he jerked his head toward the seat. "Get in," he said. "You can tell me about it on the way. Or don't. But we ain't standing here." I grabbed the handle with my torn left hand, ignored the flare of pain, and hauled myself up into the cab. The door shut behind me with a solid, normal thump. The truck smelled like coffee and fast food and sweat and pine-scented air freshener. Civilized smells. Human smells. In the side mirror, as we pulled away, the exit for Garnett slid backward, shrinking, the ruined shapes of the town barely visible over the rise. For a second, as the rig eased back onto the highway and the engine settled into its cruise note, I could have sworn I heard it again, even over the tires and diesel. Scrup. Something heavy still being dragged, back where the fire was supposed to have ended. 5.2. Reports and explanations. The driver got on the radio as soon as we merged back into traffic. He did not say much, just his unit number, our mile marker, and a clipped request for law enforcement and medical at the closed Garnett exit, eastbound side. Whatever they asked him on the other end, he answered with short, tired affirmatives, glancing at me now and then like he was trying to decide how much he believed his own story. I sat there with my hands in my lap, watching dried blood crack on my knuckles every time the truck hit a bump. With every exhale, the smell of the plant seemed to lift off my clothes and fill the cab. Underneath the trucker's normal mix of coffee and sweat and pine air freshener, I could smell bleach, fat, iron. After a few miles, he turned down the CB's volume so low I could barely hear it. "You said there was another guy," he said finally. "Your co-driver?" "Evan," I said. Saying his name felt like trying to push something heavy through my throat. They kept him." He nodded once, jaw tightening. "I'm gonna tell him that," he said. "About him. Don't know what they're gonna do with it. But I'll say it." 15 minutes later, the highway shoulder ahead lit up with blue and red. A county cruiser and an ambulance sat nose to tail near the bottom of an on-ramp, light bars strobing against the gray sky. The semi eased onto the shoulder behind them and settled with a soft hiss of air. The driver killed the engine. The sudden silence inside the cab was shocking. I could hear my own heartbeat and the faint, phantom buzz of fluorescent lights that were not there. "Showtime," he said quietly. He opened his door first, climbing down slow, hands up where the deputies could see them. I followed, moving like my bones did not quite fit together anymore. The cold hit the blood on my clothes and made everything feel clammy. The EMTs moved fast. They always do, training and adrenaline. A woman with a blonde braid and gloved hands was on me in seconds, steering me toward the ambulance with that firm, professional touch they use on people who might bolt. "Name?" she asked. "Tom," I said. "Tom Graham." "Any known medical conditions, Tom?" "Yeah," I almost said. "I'm supposed to be dead." What came out instead was, "No, just hit in the head, left wrist." She shined a penlight in my eyes, first one, then the other. The brightness stabbed into my skull and brought the meat room back in a flash. Stainless surfaces, steam rising off exposed organs, the bolt hole in Evan's forehead. "You lose consciousness?" she asked. "Yeah," I said. "A couple times." She acknowledged that with a little hum and guided me up into the back of the ambulance. The interior was a different kind of cold. Climate control, antiseptic. It smelled like disinfectant and plastic, and the faint ghost of old vomit scrubbed out of upholstery. There was a radio clipped near the driver's compartment, spitting out dispatch chatter under a layer of static. Unit 37 en route. Copy head trauma. Possible shock. The words blurred. All I really heard was the static. It had the same thin hiss as the coolant lines in the plant. The same intermittent crackle as the meat saw when it hit bone. Vi, tick, drip. Pressure's a little high, the EMT said, tightening a cuff around my bicep. That makes sense, given everything. We're gonna get you looked at, okay? I nodded. She cleaned my wrist with something that burned, then wrapped it in gauze so white it hurt to look at. My own blood soaked through in seconds, blooming red. A deputy appeared in the open back doors, hat in his hands, looking at me like he was trying to decide if I was a victim or a problem. He had that panhandle look, sun-weathered, lined from years of squinting on rural roads. "You from the rig?" he asked. I jerked my chin toward the semi. "Yeah, he picked me up off the shoulder." The driver was over by the cruiser now, talking to another deputy. I could not hear the words, only the shape of them. One hand carving the outline of the exit in the air, the other gesturing toward me, then back toward the horizon where Garnett lay under its layer of ash. "Sheriff's gonna want to talk to you," the deputy at the ambulance said. "Soon as they clear you." "Where's Evan?" I asked. "My co-driver. They still have him down there." He glanced at the EMT, like he hoped she would translate that into something manageable. "We'll talk about that at the station," he said, which meant we do not know what to do with that yet. The ride to the hospital was a blur of siren wail and radio chatter. Lying on the gurney, strapped down in a more benign version of what I had just escaped, I watched the ceiling lights flick overhead and tried not to fall asleep. Every time my eyelids drooped, I heard the meat saw's motor spool up and smelled hot bone dust. At the ER, it was forms and questions and forms. A nurse cut away my shirt with shears, peeling fabric off my skin where dried blood had glued it down. Underneath, I was a mess of bruises, purple blooming across my ribs, yellow starting at my hip, a nasty knot at the back of my skull. "Where'd all this blood come from?" she asked. "Some mine," I said. "Most, not." She paused for a heartbeat, then went back to her work. ER nurses have seen everything. They do not flinch easy. A CT scan, stitches, something in an IV that made the edges of my panic fuzz out, but did nothing about the core of it. Through it all, I kept hearing that overlay in my head. The steady drip from the pans, the tick of hook wheels, the wheeze of the freezer unit cycling. The hospital's fluorescent lights buzzed in perfect synchronicity, turning reality into an echo. By the time they released me into the custody of the sheriff's department, the day outside had collapsed into a low, colorless dusk. The county sheriff's office looked like every rural law enforcement building I have ever seen. One-story brick, flag out front, a couple of cruisers parked nose in. Inside, it smelled like old coffee, toner, and sweat. They put me in a small interview room with a table bolted to the floor. A camera stared down from the corner near the ceiling. The only adornment was a corkboard with a couple of notices tacked up. Missing pets, a church bake sale flyer, a printed memo about overtime. The fluorescent tube overhead flickered once, then settled into a steady hum. Tick. In the quiet, the wall clock's ticking sounded too loud. Each second landed like a drop into a steel pan. Touch. Touch. I had to unclench my jaw to answer when the detective walked in. He was in plain clothes, button-down shirt, tie loosened, holster clipped to his belt. mid-50s maybe. His hair had lost the fight with gray. He introduced himself, Detective Harris, and pushed a styrofoam cup of coffee toward me across the table. "You look like you could use this," he said. It smelled normal. Burnt diner brew, powdered creamer. I wrapped my bandaged hand around it and let the heat seep into my skin. He clicked his pen once, flipped open a notebook. "All right, Mr. Graham," he said. "Why don't you tell me what happened?" So I did. I started with I-20, the accident sign, the old garnet marker, the decision to follow the shortcut, the town that looked like it had been paused in another decade, Lorraine, the old man, the butcher leaning in the pass-through, the motel office, the guest book with Tommy G's name written in his own sloppy hand, the stain under the truck. Harris's pen scratched on the paper, steady. He did not interrupt much, just asked for clarifications now and then. "And what time would you say you pulled off the interstate?" "Somewhere around midnight," I said. My phone said 1, but the clocks in town. I shook my head. They said something else. I told him about the back door, the stairs, the smell, the hanging bodies that were not pigs, the bins of bone, the shelf of skulls. "Slow down," he said gently at one point. "You're saying you saw human remains in some kind of basement?" "Yes," I said. "Yes, skulls, with tags, names, states, years. Can you remember any of the names?" I rattled off what I could. K. James, S. Nguyen, a hill from Georgia. When I got to T. Graham, OH, 2019, my voice caught. "That's my name," I said. "My state, my tooth. There was a filling. Same tooth, same side." He watched me for a long second, eyes narrowed just a little, trying to sort out whether he was hearing trauma talking or something he needed to call the feds about. I pushed on. "The attack. The bolt gun. Evan on the rail, open like a diagram. The straps. The talk about highway meat. The meat saw singing in the corner. The broken leather on my wrist. The hook in the butcher's face. The blade carving through the worker's shoulder. The skull shelves. The rush up the stairs and out into a town that had already burned." When I finished, there was a stretch of silence. The tick of the wall clock layered over the remembered drip from pans below ground. Touch. Drip. Touch. Drip. Harris exhaled slowly through his nose. Then he stood, walked to a large county map pinned to the wall behind him. It was the kind you see in every sheriff's office. Color-coded roads, little symbols for schools, churches, bars. Somebody had marked up parts of it over the years with highlighters and thumbtacks. He tapped a spot with his pen. "This here is Garnett," he said. "Or what's left of it. The plant's right there." From my angle, I could see a small notation inked in one corner of the map near that spot. Former site, Garnett Meat and Packing Company. Plant fire 82, abandoned. "We don't get many folks asking about it anymore," he went on. "The place burned in 82. Night shift. Electrical short, they said. 27 dead. Fire spread from the kill floor to the offices and up through the roof before the volunteers got it under control." He looked back at me. "They boarded up what was left, closed the town's few businesses. People moved on. Some stayed nearby, but there's no active address out there now, just the memorial and some busted concrete." He let that hang in the air between us. "I was just in there," I said. My own voice sounded distant to me. "This morning, there were lights on, freezers running, people working. I drank coffee in the diner. Lorraine poured it." He flipped his notebook shut with a soft thwack. "You took a pretty good hit to the head. he said mildly. You've been on the road how many hours? And from what the ER doc tells me, your blood pressure was through the roof. You mix that with trauma, with whatever happened out there. The mind can do some wild things to try to make sense of it. I know the difference between a dream and a room full of bodies, I snapped. The coffee in my hand sloshed, dark liquid lapping at the rim. Check the plant. Send somebody down those stairs. You'll see. We will send a unit to check the site, he said, and I believed that he meant it. We have to after a report like this. That's our job, but I want you to understand something. What you're describing, it does not line up with what that place is supposed to be. Supposed to be. Somewhere under the table, my foot started bouncing on its own, heel tapping a rapid little beat against the tile. It sounded too much like the tick of hook wheels hitting joints in the rail. I tried to stop and couldn't. Harris watched that for a moment, then rubbed a hand over his jaw. I'm not saying you're lying, he said. I'm saying you're hurt. You lost your partner. You walked out of a burned-out town covered in blood. Your brain is trying to give that shape. Shock can do that. The fluorescent light overhead flickered again, a tiny stutter in the corner of my eye. The buzz rushed up in my head, merging with the remembered whine of the bone saw until I could not tell which belonged to which. Vi, drip, tick. I realized I was gripping the coffee cup so hard, the thin styrofoam had started to buckle, hot liquid seeping into the bandages on my hand. Mr. Graham, Harris said. He sounded like he was far away and very close at the same time. We're going to keep you overnight, he said. Get you some rest. Get you talking to somebody who can help you sort through this. Meanwhile, we'll see what, if anything, is left out there. The clock on the wall ticked once more. Touch. In my head, down in the dark where the sound lives now, something answered. 5.3. The old newspaper photo. They put me in a holding room after the interview. Not a cell, just a little square with a bench and a vending machine humming in the corner. Somebody handed me a can of Sprite and an ice pack in a plastic bag. I pressed the ice against the back of my skull and watched condensation bead and run down the sides of the can. The building settled around me. Footsteps overhead, a phone ringing down the hall, muted voices in and out of rooms. Under it all, the fluorescent ballast buzzed, a low, steady tone that my brain kept wanting to harmonize with the pitch of the meat saw. Click. The door opened. The man who came in was older than Harris, thicker through the middle, hair white instead of gray, badge worn to a dull shine. His uniform shirt pulled a little at the buttons, like it had fit better 10 years ago. The name tag pinned above his pocket said Callaway. You up to stretch your legs a little, Mr. Graham? He asked. His voice had that slow, rural sandpaper quality, less clipped than Harris's, more like the guys you hear around truck stop counters at 2 a.m. Where to? I asked. Records room, he said. Humor an old man. I want to see something before we all decide you're He caught himself. Before we file your incident report and move on with our day. I shrugged off the ice pack and stood. My knees complained, and my wrist throbbed in time with my pulse. He led me down a short hallway that smelled like dust and old paper. The records room was smaller than I expected. Just a narrow space with metal shelves on 3 walls and a lonely file cabinet hunched in the corner. There was a single desk shoved against the far wall under a slit of a window, a green-shaded lamp throwing a circle of yellow light across its surface. The air in there had its own stale weight. Old paper, old toner, that faint hint of mildew you get in rooms that no one opens windows in anymore. Calloway moved like he had been navigating the clutter for decades, weaving between boxes, stepping over stacks of binders. He pulled open a filing cabinet drawer that squealed in protest and riffled through a row of hanging folders until he found one labeled Garnet, Fire 1982. He set it on the desk and glanced at me. "Have a seat," he said. "If you fall over, paperwork multiplies." I sat. The chair creaked. He opened the folder carefully like it might crumble. Inside were photocopied reports, handwritten notes, a couple of manila envelopes fat with something that shifted when he moved them. He flipped past the forms and pulled out a plastic-sleeved sheet of newsprint, yellowed around the edges. "Local weekly," he said. "They went out of business around '89. We keep a few pullouts for the big stuff." He slid the page out and smoothed it flat with the heel of his hand. The headline was big enough to read even through the film. 27 dead in garnet plant blaze. Below it was a black and white photograph. Garnet Meat and Packing Company. On fire. It was taken from the same angle I had seen pulling into town. The front of the plant, loading dock to the left, office windows to the right, but instead of blank brick and warped doors, the picture showed flame gouting out of the upper windows, smoke boiling into the night sky. The bright white of water arcing from fire hoses sliced across the frame, mist turning to steam where it hit the heat. Figures in turnout gear, helmets, heavy coats, were frozen in mid-motion, dragging lines, silhouetted against an orange-white glow. Even in black and white, you could tell how hot it was. The windows were blown out, jagged teeth of glass clinging to the frames. The metal of the loading bay door bulged and drooped, sagging toward the concrete like it was trying to melt. Under the photo, the caption read, "Volunteer crews battle blaze at Garnet Meat and Packing Company. Late Tuesday night, 27 workers were killed in the fire." My eyes stung. For a moment, the hospital fluorescent in my memory and the firelight in the photo overlapped, and everything went hard to focus on. Calloway tapped a column of text with his finger. "I read some of these names," he said. I scanned the list. They were arranged in 2 neat rows, last name first. Harrison, William, owner Harrison, Deborah, manager Hill, Daryl, line supervisor James, Karen, waitress, town diner Lopez, Ricardo, butcher. There were more. Loaders, drivers, plant hands. Names I had heard my whole life. Harrison, printed on half the signs in town. Hill, on the guest book. James, the tag on the skull shelf. Karen James. K. James, L.A., 1994, stamped on the metal tag wired through a skull's eye socket. My stomach flipped. "That waitress you say poured you coffee?" Calloway asked quietly. "We only ever had one waitress at that diner till it closed. Karen James. Folks called her Kay. Married a fella who worked the boning line. They both died in the fire." I nodded, throat too tight to answer. He watched my face for a second like he was waiting for me to crack. When I did not, he sighed and slid the first page aside. "Now, this here is the part I don't trot out for just anyone," he said. "Hell, most people in the county forgot about it. Easier that way." He flipped open one of the manila envelopes. Something stiff and glossy shifted inside. He pinched a corner and pulled out a photograph in a clear archival sleeve. The moment he set it down on the desk, the room got colder. It was another black and white, but the subject was different this time. No flames, no hoses. A stainless steel table. On it, a row of skulls. They were lined up in a neat, clinical row, each one facing the camera, empty eye sockets fixed in the same general direction. You could tell the photo had been taken in some kind of evidence room, the cinder block wall behind the table. the number board propped up in one corner, the edge of a chalk mark on the floor. Every skull had a small metal tag affixed to it, either wired through a hole in the bone or looped through the orbit. In the black and white, the tags were little oblong flashes of gray, catching the light. Calloway's thumb brushed the margin of the picture. The plastic sleeve made a soft, dry shh that, in my head, translated to the sound of tags bumping into each other on a shelf. Ting. "We dug these up 6 months after the fire," he said. Arson investigators were poking around the site, found a patch of disturbed soil behind the plant. Somebody had been pulling bones out of there long before the blaze. Whole operation never made the papers proper. Folks were grief-struck enough. No one wanted to believe their meat had been mixed with other things. He tapped the stack of skulls with a knuckle. This photo went in the state file. We kept a copy. I leaned forward without meaning to. The world narrowed down to the rectangle on the desk. On the left side of the picture, I could just make out the stenciled words, "Evidence Table, Sheriff's Office" on the edge of the steel. On the right, a handwritten card with a case number. Underneath, printed in small type on the newsprint copy, "Evidence recovered from excavation behind Garnet Plant. Photo taken 1982, scanned 2005. My head rang. The skulls themselves were a blur of repeated shape at first glance. Once my eyes adjusted, the small differences jumped out. One had a broken nasal bone. One was missing several front teeth. Another had a crack running from temple to jaw like a lightning bolt. The tags, what I could see of them in the grainy print, had names stamped into them. The photo resolution was too low to make them all out, but suggestions of letters appeared where the light hit just right. Har, Jame, Lope. "Recognize any of those?" Calloway asked. "Yeah," I said hoarsely. "Sort of." He grunted. Maybe approval, maybe just acknowledgement. I kept scanning. One skull on the near side of the table, third from the right, snagged my attention before I could articulate why. The picture wasn't sharp. The focus fell closer to the center of the row. But something about that third from right shape stabbed at me. "Can you get that closer?" I asked. He slid the photo across the desk toward me. I hunched over it, elbows on the wood, the bandages on my wrists scraping the surface. My heart was pounding so hard, it made the paper tremble. Up close, the blur resolved as much as it was going to. The skull was like all the others and unlike them in one critical way. On the right side of its upper jaw, the second molar from the back had a filling. Even in grayscale, the way the light hit that tiny square of metal was unmistakable. A little pale rectangle set off against dull bone, not perfectly centered, tilted, just enough that the edge caught a different shadow than the rest of the tooth. I knew that shape. I had felt it with my tongue 1,000 times, worrying at the edge of it when I was stuck in traffic, when I could not sleep in the bunk, when I was trying to stay awake on night runs. My tongue did it again now, on reflex. I felt the filling in my own mouth. The same little bump, the same metallic taste if I pressed too hard. In the photograph, that same square shone in a skull laid out on a table in 1982. The tag wired to that skull's orbit was turned just enough that the light had blown out part of the lettering, leaving a white streak. But the bottom half of the stamping was still visible. T. Gras. My fingertip hovered above it, short of touching the plastic. "See there?" I said. My voice was barely more than a whisper. "That. Right there." Calloway leaned in, close enough that I could smell the coffee on his breath. He squinted, then pulled a pair of reading glasses out of his shirt pocket and perched them on his nose. He said. Could be GRA. Could be GRE. Hard to tell. These old scans are fuzzy as hell. It's my name, I said. My filling. That's my tooth. He snorted softly, not mocking, just tired. Kid, this picture's older than you are, he said. Taken year of the fire. You weren't anywhere near a rig, far as I can tell. Probably not near a dentist, neither. I got that filling when I was 17, I insisted. Black ice, guardrail on 71. Dentist in Columbus. You can pull the records. 2004. Then it ain't the same tooth, he said. It can't be. It's a coincidence. Lots of folks got bad teeth. He straightened, peeling the photo away from my line of sight. My hand twitched like I might grab it back. The sleeve made another soft shift as he moved it. In my head, the sound stretched into metal tags brushing together on a shelf, a quiet chorus. Ting, ting. Memory does funny things under stress, he went on. You got whacked in the head. You got half your co-driver's blood on you. You walked through a place that makes most folks' skin crawl even when it's just old concrete and rumors. So your brain grabs what it can. Stories you heard, pictures you see, and stitches together something it can live with. I stared at where the photo had been, seeing the ghost of it on the blank wood. In my mind's eye, the evidence table skull and the one in Garnett's basement overlapped perfectly. The same missing chip on the front tooth. The same faint hairline crack along the orbital ridge. The same smug little sliver of silver set in bone that had no business existing before I ever drove a mile of interstate. Calloway slid the photo back into its sleeve and then into the folder. The paper made that small, final rustle as it went. To him, it was just the sound of old newsprint. To me, it was tags chiming together as someone added one more skull to a shelf that had been waiting for it since before I was born. 6.1. Trying to go back to normal. From the outside, it probably looked like I did everything right afterward. I let the company's insurance people shuffle me through their process. I gave recorded statements until my throat hurt. I nodded when the safety guy used phrases like tragic loss and unforeseeable incident. In the end, they cut me a check that was big enough to look generous on paper and small enough to feel like an insult when I remembered Evan hanging on that hook. They called it a payout. I called it a severance from the version of myself that had lived on the road. The doctor down in Mississippi recommended I take some time off operating heavy machinery. By the time that note dried in my file, there was a line from HR saying my position had been eliminated due to restructuring. You cannot prove a ghost killed your co-driver, but you can prove your company got tired of paying someone who jumps every time a compressor kicks on. So I went back to Ohio with a duffel bag, a box of clothes, and a couple $1,000s after bills. My new world was 600 square feet on the second floor of a tired brick complex off a 4-lane in Columbus. Beige carpet with burned patches near the outlets. A balcony too small to sit on, just big enough for a plastic chair I never used. The kind of place you rent by signing a form under a fluorescent light, while a bored leasing agent rattles off rules about trash pickup and quiet hours. The first week, I bought everything you are supposed to buy when you are starting over. A cheap couch from a liquidation warehouse that came in a box and smelled like glue when I cut the plastic. A TV from Walmart big enough to drown out my thoughts if I turned it up. Dishes, but only 4 of everything. Plates, bowls, forks, as if planning for more felt like tempting fate. Frozen pizzas stacked in the cart. Store-brand soda, a jar of peanut butter the size of my head because it was on sale. Walking under the high white lights of Walmart, pushing a cart past neatly faced shelves, felt like drifting through a simulation of normal life. People in hoodies and leggings checked their phones. Kids whined in the cereal aisle. Someone argued softly about which laundry detergent smelled less like chemicals. The overhead speakers played a song from 15 years ago, washed thin by distance. Everything and everyone was acting like the world was intact. I nodded along. I paid with a card that still worked. I loaded plastic bags into the trunk of a car that still started when I turned the key. Then I drove back to my apartment and microwaved myself into a routine. Netflix helped. It did not matter what I watched, as long as it had other people's problems in it. Sitcoms with canned laughter, crime dramas where the killers were always neatly caught by the 45-minute mark, documentaries about disasters that had clear beginnings and endings. I let episodes roll one into the next, the autoplay countdown ticking me past midnight more nights than I want to admit. The therapist was part of the package too. The trucking company's insurance set that up. Trauma counseling, they called it, like dropping a cone around a pothole. Her office was on the second floor of a glass and brick building next to a dental clinic and a subway. Each week I walked past a backlit poster of smiling white teeth, stepped into an elevator that hummed, and sat on a leather chair that exhaled air when I sank into it. There was a noise machine in the corner. It made a soft whooshing sound that was supposed to be ocean waves or maybe wind through trees. To me, it sounded like air rushing through vents over a kill floor. She was kind, professional. She had a legal pad and a shelf of books with titles about resilience and grief and the body-keeping score. She wore sweaters in soft colors and had a coffee mug that said, "Good things are coming" in cheerful script. She called what happened in Garnett a trauma response, survivor's guilt. "You went through something horrific," she said, pen poised over the pad. "Your mind and body are trying to process that. The images, the sounds, they're going to replay. Your brain is trying to make meaning." I told her about Evan, about watching his body fold in half under the bolt gun, about hearing the little drip of blood into the pan while a man in an apron talked about closing the books, about waking up tied down, about the shelf of skulls, about seeing my own filling shining back at me from bone that had no right to exist. I did not tell her about hearing the dragging sound in my apartment. Not yet. She nodded in the places you are supposed to nod, asked about my childhood, my history with anxiety, my sleep. She wrote down words like hallucination and dissociation and grief. "Given your head injury and sleep deprivation," she said once, "it's not uncommon to experience intrusive images that feel very real. That does not mean they are literally happening. It means your nervous system is overloaded." 27 people died there in 1982, I said. "Their names are on a memorial. I saw them working the line last night." She tapped her pen against the pad, thinking. "And does it make you feel better?" she asked gently. "To believe that what you saw was something supernatural, that there was a system rather than a random accident?" I did not have an answer for that. At night, the noises in the apartment took turns pretending to be the plant. On the road, the hum of the freeway used to put me to sleep. That steady white noise, the rise and fall as you passed an overpass or a grooved section of asphalt, was a lullaby. I would park in a lot near an interstate and fall asleep to the sound of other trucks rolling by, a mechanical tide. In the apartment, there was no freeway, just the building itself. The fridge in the kitchen kicked on and off at irregular intervals, its compressor rattling like something shaking the bars of a cage. Pipes ticked in the walls when someone upstairs turned on the shower. The neighbor to my left played video games late into the night. The muffled flap of gunfire and shouted curses bleeding through the drywall. A couple downstairs fought once a week, their voices rising and falling, punctuated by the slam of cupboard doors. The heater was the worst. The first time it came on that season, I was lying on the couch, watching the credits roll on some series about chefs. The thermostat clicked, the fans spun up, and somewhere in the guts of the building a metal duct expanded with a dull, hollow bang. Boom! It sounded exactly like a bolt gun hitting a skull. My whole body snapped off the couch. My heart slammed against my ribs. I was halfway to the kitchen, looking for a weapon, before my brain caught up enough to tell me that I was in an apartment, not a basement. There was no bolt gun, no apron, just central heating and an old building. After that, every little mechanical noise got a label: freezer unit, meat saw, hook wheel, drip. I started leaving the TV on all night, volume low, just enough to smear the edges of the sounds together. It did not always help. Sometimes the laugh track in a sitcom would glitch, and for a second, sound like somebody choking on their own blood. Driving became a problem too. I could still manage runs across town, grocery store, therapist, the occasional trip to the Home Depot for something to patch a hole or hang a picture. But the sight of the interstate ramps made my stomach clench. Green signs with white letters, US 23, I-71, meant open lanes and miles to most people. To me, they were veins in a body I was no longer welcome in. On the local news, the weather guy would stand in front of a map and talk about a cold front dropping down along I-20, about storms gathering around 93. The numbers glowed green behind him. My hand would dart for the remote without thinking, changing the channel before he could trace those routes with his little wand. I told myself I was just being cautious, that I would get back behind the wheel for real when I was ready, that another company would hire me, that what happened in Garnett was a freak incident in a life full of close calls. Then the letters started showing up from the company. We regret to inform you. Our thoughts and prayers. Due to the nature of the incident and your current limitations, we are unable to offer re-employment at this time. By the third letter, it was clear. As far as the industry was concerned, I was done. Fine. Perfect. I did not want to explain to a new dispatcher why I could not take loads through Mississippi, or why I might have a panic attack if they routed me through a certain exit. I did not want to find out what else might be waiting for me in the blank spots of the map. So I learned the aisles at Walmart and the Netflix categories and the bus schedule instead. And somewhere in all of that, another habit slipped in so quietly I almost did not notice it at first. In the meat section, under the humming fluorescent tubes and the cold breath of the open coolers, every plastic-wrapped tray has a label. Big print for the cut and weight, smaller print for the fine print, sell-by dates, handling instructions, and always, somewhere in tiny black letters, the origin. Processed in, packed by, product of. The first time it was automatic. I picked up a family pack of chicken breasts and flipped it in my hand, eyes scanning for the USDA stamp, the plant code, the origin line. Years of hauling refrigerated trailers had trained me to look. Some places you trust more than others. Some codes mean you might not want to eat this unless you cook it to charcoal. I caught myself looking for one word: Garnet. The line on that package said a different county in a different state. I put it in my cart anyway, went home, cooked it, and pretended the texture did not bother me. The next time I was in the store, I did it again. Pork chops this time, ground beef, sausages. I would pick them up, turn them, search the label for plant codes and county names. My heart always sped up a little when I saw MS or LA or AL. Never Garnet. Never that county. The therapist would probably call it a compulsion, an intrusive thought pattern, the brain trying to regain control by scanning for the thing it fears. To me, it felt more like checking the mirror to make sure you still cast a reflection. If the plant burned in '82, shut down, boarded up, then there should not be any meat in circulation with that name on it. That is what Harris and Callaway and every article said. That is what the plaque at the edge of town said. So every time I stood in front of a refrigerated case, the hum of the coolers in my ears, the glare of the lights turning the plastic wrap into dull mirrors, I would turn package after package. Not here. Not this one. Not yet. I told myself that as long as that label never showed up, maybe I could believe what everyone wanted me to believe. That Garnet was a trauma dream, a brain glitch, a story my nervous system told itself, so it did not have to sit with the raw facts of Evan's death. Then one week, on a nothing special weekday night, standing in the harsh light of the discount grocery down the road, I turned over a cheap foam tray of ground beef out of habit. And there it was. 6.2 Missing Truckers and Old Files. It started with Tommy. Sleep and I were not on speaking terms anymore. Most nights I lay on my back, staring at the shadows on the ceiling, waiting for the heater to kick and for my body to try and vault off the couch. On one of those nights, sometime after 2, with Netflix asking if I was still watching, like it was accusing me, I grabbed my laptop instead. If I could not shut my brain up, maybe I could at least give it something to chew on. I typed his name into the search bar. Tommy G. Truck Driver Missing 2019. Every company has a Tommy. Loud, crude, always one story away from getting written up, always somehow still on the roster. I remembered him leaning against a fuel pump once, telling me about a weird hitchhiker he had picked up out west, laughing with his whole chest. Then one month he just stopped showing up. In the motel guest book in Garnet, his name had been there in blue ink. Same sloppy G, same looping T as on his hiring paperwork. That detail had been sticking in my teeth ever since. Like a popcorn kernel I could not dislodge. The search results were thin. One local Ohio news article, badly formatted, the kind of thing you only see if you scroll way down. Truck driver missing, rig found abandoned off I-20. The photo was a grainy shot of his truck on a wrecker, pulled from some sheriff's Facebook page. The article itself was 3 paragraphs. His age, his route, the fact that they found the tractor trailer parked at an abandoned exit near the state line, engine off, doors locked, no sign of the driver. Foul play not ruled out. No follow-up. No second piece saying they found him in a motel or a ditch or a shallow grave. Just nothing. A link in the sidebar led to a missing persons entry on a national database. Uppercase text. A low-res photo of him at a barbecue holding a red Solo cup. The same mischief in his eyes. Under status, it said. Open. That should have been the end of it. A sad rabbit hole. One more unsolved tragedy in a country full of them. Instead, my fingers kept moving. Long-haul trucker missing I-20, I typed. Then, missing driver refrigerated trailer Mississippi, semi-found abandoned near exit, I-20 trucker disappearance 1990s, US 93 missing person truck. The results piled up. Not a flood, but more than I wanted there to be. Local news blurbs, forum posts, archived Facebook pleas from families. Dad's rig found at rest stop, no sign of him, please share. Brother's truck located on shoulder near old industrial exit. Investigators say foul play suspected. company says he just walked away, but he never picked up his paycheck. We know something bad happened. Same phrases over and over. Vehicle found abandoned, driver missing, no known destination, foul play suspected, no body recovered. I opened a map in another tab and started dropping pins. I am not a detective. I am a guy with too much time, a head injury, and just enough experience with dispatch software to know how to track a route. But some patterns do not require a badge. A lot of those pins, too many, clustered along one stretch of interstate. That old run I knew too well. Across Louisiana, into Mississippi, toward Alabama. A surprising number of them were within a few miles of an exit that no longer had a name on the sign. A blank green board, or one repurposed for a different town. But the mile marker lined up with something my body recognized. The twitch you get when you know you are coming up on a place that feels wrong. The old Garnett turnoff. Every time I dropped another pin in that radius, my skin crawled a little more. It was like watching bruise-colored dots bloom around a wound you thought had already scabbed. The therapist would have said I was feeding the obsession. That late-night Googling was pouring gasoline on the fire. Maybe it was. But the thing about fires is, sometimes they start themselves, and sometimes somebody keeps pouring fuel on in secret and calls it fate. I started making a list. Name, year, home state, route, last known location. I hunted down PDF police reports when I could. Some departments had them on their websites, half buried under layers of public records links. Others required more work. That was how I found out about FOIA. The Freedom of Information Act sounds nicer than it feels. In practice, it meant printing out forms on my crappy home printer, filling them in by hand, faxing them to county sheriff's offices whose numbers were barely kept up to date, and then waiting. Weeks passed. Sometimes nothing came. Sometimes a clerk pushed back with a polite form letter about ongoing investigations and privacy concerns. But every once in a while, an envelope landed in my mailbox with the county's return address on it and a packet of photocopied reports inside. I spread them out on my small kitchen table like a morbid scrapbook. There were intake forms, driver's name, employer, home address, last known contact, narrative summaries from responding officers. Arrived on scene to find tractor trailer parked on shoulder, engine off, doors locked. No sign of struggle. Personal items, wallet, phone, left inside. Sometimes there were scribbled notes in the margins. Family insists he would not walk away. Company rep says he had been under stress. Local rumors cult at old industrial park. No substantiation. Patterns crystallized. The dates spanned decades. Late 80s, early 90s, 2003, 2011, 2019. Long enough that none of the original detectives were still on the job in most of those departments. The locations varied by a few miles, a few exits, different shoulders, different rest areas, different no services ramps. But the cluster around that one dead exit, the one that used to say Garnet, never stopped growing. I started marking more than just pins on the map. I connected them. Routes, like veins, feeding into the same dead heart. The urge to see the paperwork myself, to hold the pages, to smell the dust baked into them, got louder. Screen light at 2 a.m. was not enough. So one weekend, I did something the therapist would have called counterproductive. I booked a cheap motel room in Mississippi, told nobody, and drove down. Not past Garnett. Not onto any exit that made my skin itch. Just as far as the county seat, where the sheriff's office and the courthouse shared a parking lot with an oak tree that had seen more years than both. The records office was in the courthouse basement, of course. You can tell a lot about what a system values by what it buries. Up front, there were polished wood benches and flags and metal detectors. Down the stairs and around a corner, under flickering fluorescent tubes, was where they kept everything that did not fit into a quick narrative. Boxes of old case files, water-stained minute books, tabloids from 40 years ago. The room itself smelled like old paper and toner, dry and sweet, with an undernote of mildew. A copy machine sat in one corner, bigger than it needed to be for the amount of traffic it got, its surface coated in a layer of fine dust. It made a low, constant whine, as if sulking about being forgotten. A clerk in a polo shirt looked up from a crossword as I walked in. His ID badge hung sideways on his lanyard. "Help you?" he asked, in the tone of someone who would prefer not to be required to. I slid the FOIA approval letter across the counter, along with my ID. "Hear about the missing truckers' files?" he said, scanning it. There was no surprise in his voice, just a mild curiosity, like he was asking if I wanted regular or decaf. "Some of them," I said, "from the early 90s mostly, around the old Garnett exit." He huffed through his nose, a sound halfway between a laugh and a snort. "You're not the first one," he said, "but it's been a while." He disappeared into the back, between shelves lined with cardboard boxes. I heard him muttering file numbers, the occasional thump of a box being shifted. The fluorescent tube above me buzzed louder for a second, then settled back into its usual drone. Psst. In my head, the sound tried to harmonize with the pitch of the bone saw. I ground my teeth until my jaw ached. The clerk came back with a stack of folders hugged to his chest. He dumped them on a metal table, the weight making it ring faintly. "There you go," he said. "You can look, but don't make a mess. 10 cents a copy." "Do I need to?" He waved a hand, already walking back to his crossword. "You already did the hard part with that letter. Knock yourself out." I opened the top folder. More of the same at first. Reports I had seen in scanned form, now with their real weight in my hand. The paper was thicker than home printer stuff, a little rougher. It smelled like dust and coffee and the oil from 100 fingers. The farther down the stack I went, the older the pages got. Late 80s, early 90s, the type changed from laser printed to dot matrix, to things banged out on typewriters with keys that stuck. In one of the middle folders, between a crime scene photo of a jackknifed rig and a form letter to a next of kin, there was a memo. It was on Sheriff's Department letterhead, the date at the top typed slightly crooked. October 4th, 1993. The text was short, maybe half a page. Someone had underlined parts of it in blue pen. To Sheriff Calloway from Deputy M. Barnes, Rye truck driver, disappearances near Old Garnet turnoff. I read it twice before the words really registered. Over the last 10 years, it said, we have had an unusual number of missing person reports involving long-haul truck drivers whose vehicles were located within a 5 to 10 mile radius of the Old Garnet exit, closed 1983. In most cases, rigs were found locked and in good working order, with personal effects inside. Locals continue to avoid the old plant and adjacent town. Multiple attempts to canvass produce the same story. Places cursed, burned for a reason, etc. No one admits to using the ruins for shelter or illicit activity, given 1, the frequency of cases, 2, the lack of bodies, and 3, the proximity to an abandoned industrial facility with underground access. I respectfully suggest we consider the possibility that the site is being used as a disposal area by one or more individuals or organized group. I understand that the plant is ash and the town is empty on paper, But too many truckers are disappearing near that stretch to chalk it up to coincidence. Recommend joint operation with state investigators to re-examine Garnet property, including sublevels, when budget and manpower allow. Underneath, in a different hand and a different pen, there was a single note, scrawled diagonally across the bottom margin. Noted. No resources at this time. C. The C was the same letter I had seen on the sheriff's badge when the old man showed me the skull photo. Calloway. He had written that 30 years before he led me into the records room with a folder under his arm and a look in his eyes that said he wanted to believe me and could not afford to. I stared at the memo until the lines wavered. Too many truckers disappearing near Old Garnet turnoff. Plant is ash. Town is empty. The clerk's chair creaked as he shifted his weight. The copier thumped as it reset itself. Empty. Fluorescent light buzzed overhead. Psst, drip. Tick. On paper, Garnet was a ruin. An ash pile with a plaque out front and a stack of files in a basement. On the map I was building in my living room. One pin, one missing driver, one dead end at a time. It was something else. An intake valve. A place where the system swallowed people whole and turned them into inventory, then burned the paperwork and called it coincidence. 6.3. The skull that should not exist. In the end, it came down to a quiet Tuesday afternoon in a public library. After all the nights on the interstate, the screaming metal, the blaze of sodium lights on wet pavement, after the kill floor and the screaming saw, the moment that broke whatever was left of my sense of cause and effect happened under soft fluorescence, with a printer humming and a kid whining about snack time. I had emailed Calloway after my trip to the records office, asking if there was any chance I could get a better copy of that skull photograph, the one from 1982. He wrote back 3 days later. We have a scan in the digital archive. Resolution's better than the old print. I can authorize you to view a watermarked version. You'll have to access it through the public terminal. C. So I did what any normal, totally well-adjusted person does when they are trying not to obsess over a place that should not exist. I went to the library. It was the big branch near the mall, the one with a glass entryway and a mural of cartoon animals reading books on the wall. When I stepped inside, the warm air smelled like paper, glue, hand sanitizer, and whatever air freshener they sprayed in the carpets. Kids' voices drifted from the children's section, little bursts of excitement and complaint. Somewhere, a story time was happening. I heard the rise and fall of a woman's voice and the ripple of giggles that followed. A printer beeped and started spitting pages near the front desk. Completely ordinary. I checked in with the help desk, showed my ID, explained I had permission from the sheriff's office to access a specific file on their system. The librarian, a guy in his 20s with a cardigan and a tired smile, typed something, frowned, then nodded. Okay, he said. Should be available on Terminal 3. That one over there. Terminal 3 was tucked in a row of public computers along the far wall, next to a rack of flyers for job fairs and tax help. I sat down, slid the headphones off the monitor, and logged in with the temporary credentials they gave me. The screen glowed a soft, inviting blue. I clicked through. County portal, records, archive, sheriff_case_Garnet_1982. The file names were sterile. IMG_001, IMG_002, and so on. I found the one labeled evidence_skulls_table_1982_scan.tif and opened it. The image loaded line by line, like old dial-up days. When it finished, the photo I had seen in Calloway's office appeared, but sharper now. The grain was still there. Film is film, but the edges were clearer, the contrast better. Row of skulls, stainless table, cinder block wall, the evidence card in the corner. I leaned closer to the screen. The overhead lights reflected faintly on the glass, framing my own face in ghost transparency over the skulls for a second, before I tilted my head just right and the reflection slipped away. My pulse picked up. I could hear it in my ears, a steady thud, thud, thud under the low murmur of the room. I used the zoom tool and dragged a box around the third skull from the right, the one my brain had locked onto the first time. It expanded until the skull filled the screen. Even blown up, the photograph was still a photograph, slightly blurred around the edges, shadows swallowing some detail, light flattening others. But the important things were there. The curve of the orbital ridge, the hairline crack running from the temple down toward the jaw, the small chip taken out of the front tooth, upper left, like someone had once bit down on something too hard. And, on the right side of the upper jaw, the filling. In black and white, the amalgam shone a muddy light gray, a little rectangular island in the darker enamel. It sat at a precise angle, not quite square with the tooth, one corner dipping lower than the others. I zoomed in further until the pixels showed. Same tilt, same shape, same tiny notch at one corner. My tongue found the familiar obstacle in my own mouth, tracing the edge of it without being asked. The metal hummed faintly against the roof of my mouth. Or maybe that was just blood in my ears. Tick. For a second I could swear I heard it. A tiny tap, like fingernail on glass, in time with my heartbeat. Tick. Tick. Somewhere behind me, a kid knocked a plastic toy against a table. The sound blended, misaligned by a fraction of a second, and my brain stitched them together into something worse. I forced myself to look away from the screen long enough to reach into my backpack and pull out an envelope. Inside were the printouts from my last dental checkup. I had scheduled that appointment like it was nothing. Just a cleaning, I told the receptionist, and sat in a chair under a different set of fluorescent lights, while the hygienist scraped and polished and asked if I had been flossing. At the end, with my mouth still half numb, I had asked for copies of my x-rays. Insurance, I said, for my records. Now I slid one of them out and placed it on the desk beside the keyboard. It was a panoramic shot, my whole jaw in ghostly grayscale. The arch of the teeth, the roots reaching down into bone, the dark hollows of sinuses above. On the right side, the filling stood out as a pale, blocky shape in the molar. My hand shook as I lined the film up with the photo. On the screen, the skull from 1982. On the desk, my mouth from last month. I traced the arc of the jaw with one finger, then the position of the teeth, counting silently. Premolar, premolar, molar, molar. The filling in the photo. The filling in the X-ray. Same tooth, same orientation, same proportions. If you had laid the bones from the photo on the X-ray plate in the present, the shadow would have matched mine exactly. My heartbeat picked up, pounding hard enough that my vision pulsed with it. Tick. Another knock behind me. A little louder this time. It synced with the blood in my ears. Tick. Tick. The library around me went briefly out of focus. The kids' voices blurred into a wash of sound. The printer's rhythmic chugging turned into something wetter in my head. The steady drip-drip of blood off a hook onto a stainless pan. I closed my eyes for a count of 3, then opened them again. The skull was still there. The filling was still there. The date in the corner of the file window still said, "Date taken, September 12th, 1982. I swallowed, my throat dry. So, I whispered, to the empty air between me and the monitor. Either I'm insane, or what? Or there was a version of me, same jaw, same dental work, same everything, lying open on that table years before my mother even thought about moving to Ohio. Or time, for whatever that word is worth in Garnett, did not work in straight lines. That was the night the timeline theory started to feel less like a wild trauma fantasy and more like the only thing that fit the facts. Maybe the plant did not just kill people. Maybe it recycled them, reused whatever patterns it liked. Drivers, especially, men and women who ran the same routes over and over, day in, day out, carving grooves into reality. Names and schedules and fears that could be predicted with a little data and a little malice. I pictured a system, pipes and rails and invisible lines on a dispatcher's screen, all feeding into the same sinkhole. Maybe some version of me had died there in 2019, hooked by the ankles, split open, skull added to a shelf that had been growing since before the fire. Maybe the fire itself was just another cycle, a purge. Maybe what I was now was late. Something the system had pulled back in to balance its books. Inventory. My hand found the mouse without my eyes leaving the skull. I right-clicked on the image file. A little dialog box popped up. Properties. Most of it was what you would expect. File name, resolution, size. Then, at the bottom, 2 lines. Created, March 15th, 2005. County Scan Project. Last modified, 2 weeks ago. User, Garnet_Sism. The date was recent enough that I remembered what I had been doing that day. Standing in my kitchen, burning a frozen pizza because I had lost track of time scrolling through missing persons forums. The username sat there in plain text. Not Callaway. Not some clerk's login. Garnet_Sys. My mouth went dry. There was no reason for that file to have been touched. The case was closed, as far as the county was concerned. The fire belonged to 1982, the excavation to 1982, the skulls to 1982. The scan had been made in 2005, dumped in a digital drawer, and left there. No reason, unless someone or something still considered that evidence active inventory. Maybe they were updating records, making sure the tags matched, reconciling stock. A kid laughed in the children's section, the sound bright and high. It twisted in my head, turning into that wet, bubbling gurgle Evan had made on the hook. Somewhere in the room, a patron tapped their fingernails on a table, bored. Tick, tick, tick. On the screen, the skull's filling flashed as a notification popped up in the corner. System idle, no further action. I closed the window, logged out, and sat there for a full minute with my hands flat on the desk, feeling my own bones under my skin. Back in my apartment, the plant could be anything I needed it to be to survive the night. A hallucination, a metaphor, a nightmare. Here, under the soft hum of fluorescent lights and the quiet rustle of pages turning, the evidence sat in a municipal database with a last modified stamp from 2 weeks ago and a username that did not belong to any human being I had met. Garnett was not just a burned town or a haunted plant. It was a system. And somewhere, in some server or basement or sub-basement under reality, that system was still logging in, still updating, still counting. 7.1. Grocery store. Again, the day I checked the metadata on that skull file, I told myself I was done. I walked out of the library into late afternoon light, the sky over Columbus washed out and thin. Cars moved through the parking lot in slow, ordinary patterns. A kid dragged a backpack twice his size, A man in a suit yelled into his Bluetooth about Q4 numbers. Reality, allegedly. I stood on the sidewalk for a minute, the printout of my dental x-ray folded in my pocket, and tried to will myself back into that world. The one where you worry about gas prices and email responses and whether you forgot to take the trash out. Not about whether your skull has been on a table since 1982. My brain did not get the memo. The system name, Garnet_Swiss, sat in my head like a splinter. Every time I blinked, I saw that little line in the properties window. Last modified, 2 weeks ago. User, Garnet_SWS, somewhere. Something was still logging in, still checking the inventory. I should have gone straight home. Instead, I turned right out of the library lot and drove the 3 blocks to the grocery store. It was automatic. Habit. Muscle memory. When your world gets weird enough, sometimes you cling to the boring rituals just to prove you can still do them. Milk, eggs, bread, meat, especially meat. The parking lot was half full. Shopping carts rattled in the corral. One wheel on the lead cart swiveling uselessly as the teenage kid collecting them tried to shove the whole train forward. He wore earbuds and a jacket that did not look warm enough, his breath puffing white in the cold. Inside, the store smelled like every big box grocery in America. Citrus cleaning solution up front, bakery sugar halfway in, raw cold from the open freezers in the back. Music that had been popular 15 years ago trickled down from ceiling speakers, a pop song smoothed of any edges by low volume and bad acoustics. My cart's front right wheel had a wobble. Every few feet it let out a little squeak as it rotated. Caught, caught, caught. I walked the perimeter like I always did. Produce first. I pretended to care about the ripeness of avocados. Dairy next. I stared at rows of yogurt flavors I did not want. People moved around me in slow, oblivious patterns. A toddler screamed 2 aisles over because his mother said no to candy. A couple argued quietly about which frozen entree had fewer preservatives. The normalcy should have been comforting. It wasn't. From the second I crossed into the cold back aisle, I knew why I was really there. The meat section stretched along the back wall in a long, humming line. Bright white lights under clear plastic covers turned the case into something surgical. The cooler fans purred, exhaling refrigerated air that smelled like blood and styrofoam. Ground beef in trays, pork chops, chicken breasts, sausages laid in neat rows. Every package had a label: cut, weight, price, sell-by date, and in fine print, origin. My heart rate ticked up without asking me. The bruised feeling around my jaw came back, like my bones were remembering something I was trying to ignore. I grabbed a random foam tray of ground beef, fingers going numb in the cold. The plastic wrap was tight, the meat pressed into a uniform red slab. The label on top said, ground beef, 80% lean net WT, 102 lb sell by, 3 days from now. Underneath, in smaller letters, packed in Garnet County, MS. For a second, everything in the store tilted. The squeaky cart, the pop song, the kids screaming, the hum of the coolers, all of it slid sideways, like my brain had taken its hands off the wheel. Garnet County, Mississippi. Not some generic out-of-state plant. Not a code I had to decode with Google. Right there in plain English. I blinked hard, looked again, same words, same county, same state. The label was new, ink not faded, plastic not clouded. Packaged according to another line, in accordance with USDA regulations, at a facility that, according to everyone I had talked to, had burned out of existence before I was born. My first thought was, it has to be a misprint. My second thought, riding on the back of the first like a more honest parasite was, of course it is not. I picked up another tray. Same cut, same brand. Packed in. Garnet County, MS. Another, different brand, lower shelf. The logo changed. The price point did not. The fine print still said Garnet. A woman next to me reached past, plucked a package of chicken thighs without thinking, tossed them into her cart with cereal and juice boxes. "Excuse me," I heard myself say. She glanced at me, eyes flicking over the bandage still wrapped around my wrist, the scar at my temple peeking out under my hair. "Yeah? Do you ever look at these?" I held up the tray. "Where it says where it's packed." She frowned, glanced at the label, shrugged. "As long as it's not rotten and it's on sale, I don't care where it's from," she said. "Why?" "Just curious," I muttered. She moved on. Her cartwheels squeaked in counterpoint to mine. Cut. Cut. I stood there in the refrigerated blur, fingers going numb around the plastic. My breath fogged slightly in the cold air drifting down from the vents. Garnet County, Mississippi. There was a staffer a few feet away, arranging trays of pork shoulder. Young, bored, name tag that said Austin. "Hey," I said, stepping closer. He straightened, wiped his hands on his apron. "Yeah, man? Do you guys actually get meat from Mississippi?" He blinked. We get it from the distribution center," he said. "Trucks come in, we unload it, it goes in the case." "Right, but this says Garnet County, Mississippi. Plant burned down in '82. The words came out faster than I meant them to. "Does that mean anything to you?" Austin looked at the label like it was a math problem he had not studied for. "Dude, we don't exactly get a tour of where the cows die," he said finally. "Stuff comes off the truck with barcodes. If it scans and it's cold, we sell it. If it smells funny, we toss it and do some paperwork. That's it." I stared at him. Somewhere in the back of my head, the bolt gun coughed. Pfft. And then, layered over the soft beep of a scanner at the front registers, I heard another sound. Bip. Pfft. Bip. Pfft. Each item going over the scanner up front. A loaf of bread, a gallon of milk, a family pack of drumsticks, got its little electronic approval. My brain translated every beep into the muted shot of a captive bolt gun. Every soft thud of a bag landing in a cart became a side of meat dropped onto a hook. "Hey, you okay?" Austin asked. "I'm fine," I lied. "Thanks." I put one tray of ground beef in my cart. Just one. If you had asked me why, I could not have told you. I made up a reason about checking the label later, taking a picture, sending it to somebody. But the truth is, part of me wanted it. Not to eat, to have. Like evidence. Like a stolen file. At the register, the scanner beeped as the cashier slid the tray over the glass. Bip. In my head. Pfft. "Paper or plastic?" she asked. "Plastic," I said, because of course. The bag boy slid the tray into a thin, crinkling bag, tucked it neatly with pasta and a jar of sauce. The bag swung a little on the hook, the handle plastic stretching, making a tiny squeak. In my head, metal tags on skulls chimed softly as they bumped. Ting. I signed the receipt with a hand that did not feel like mine and walked out into the parking lot. The air out there smelled like exhaust and cold asphalt instead of blood, but it did not help. All the way home, the tray of meat in the back seat felt like a live thing. I could not hear it, obviously, but my brain supplied its own soundscape. The muffled press of flesh against styrofoam, the slow surrender of muscle fiber. In the apartment, I put the rest of the groceries away automatically. Cans in the cupboard, pasta on the shelf, milk in the fridge door. The tray of ground beef I set on the counter. The kitchen light was too bright, washing everything in a hard, unforgiving glare. The label shone. I leaned over it, eyes skating straight to the origin line. Packed in. It did not say Garnet County. It said something else now. A different plant in a different state. A string of letters and numbers that meant nothing to me. For a second, my brain refused to process it. It was like reading a word in a language you do not speak. The shapes registered, but the meaning did not. I blinked. It stayed the same. Packed in, other county, other state. I felt something cold and slick slide down my spine. I had not misread it in the store. I knew that with the same bone-deep certainty, I recognized the filling in that skull. But labels are easy to replace. Stickers peel, ink changes, hands shake. Maybe I had picked up the wrong tray. Maybe I had seen what I wanted to see. I almost let myself have that out. Almost. Then my eye caught on a line in the corner of the label, smaller than the rest. Lot, Garn 27. The letters were faint, like the printer had been running out of ink. Tucked away in the upper right, near the seam where the label curled over the edge of the foam. If you did not know to look, your eye would slide right past it. Garn 27. The number of names carved into the memorial at the edge of town. The number of dead in the article. The number the memo had circled when it talked about too many missing near the old turnoff. My heart started doing that fast, shallow thing again. In the living room, the heater kicked on. Somewhere deep in the wall, a duct expanded with a dull bang. Boom. Bolt gun. The fridge motor rumbled to life a second later, vibrating through the floor. Under that, so low I could almost pretend I was imagining it, something scraped. Scrurp. The building settling, probably. Pipes shifting. Old wood doing what old wood does. Or the system updating its counts. I picked up the tray. The cold went straight through the plastic, into my palms. The meat inside was darker than it had looked under the store lights. Red shading toward brown at the edges, pressed into neat, factory-made ridges. I turned it over, half expecting the foam to be stamped with something else. Coordinates, a date, a case number. But the underside was plain. On the front, the label with its new origin. And in the corner, that little ghost of a code. Lot, Garn-27, I should have thrown it away. Taken it straight to the dumpster, dropped it in, walked away. Instead, I put it in the fridge. I did not cook it. I did not touch it again that night. But every time the compressor kicked on, every time the hum shifted from low to high, I pictured a rail system starting to move, somewhere under my feet. Inventory. Updating. 7.2. Writing it down for you. Right now, it is 2-something in the morning in Columbus, Ohio, and I am back where you first met me. In a cheap apartment, sitting at a particle board desk that wobbles every time the upstairs neighbor walks to the bathroom. The fridge is 6 feet away, humming a little louder than it needs to. The heater is quiet for the moment. Between cycles, resting, deciding when to punch my nervous system in the face again. Out in the parking lot, someone just shut a car door hard enough to make the window glass rattle. On the laptop in front of me, Gmail is open. To redacted@gmail.com. Subject, story submission, inventory. The body is still mostly empty, a blinking cursor at the top of a white box. That little vertical line going on and off, like a heart monitor for a patient nobody has checked on in a while. If you are hearing this as a video, it means I eventually filled that box and hit send. It means the guy who runs your favorite horror channel scrolled past the spam and sponsorship emails and, is this real? Nonsense long enough to open mine. It means he decided to read it out loud, to turn my insomnia into content. I am not sure how I feel about that yet. What I do know is this. I am not writing from memory alone. On my desktop, there is a folder called Garnet. Inside it are copies of everything I have been able to pry loose. The 1982 newspaper article with the fire photo. The scanned evidence shot of the skulls on the stainless steel table. My own dental x-ray. The memo from Deputy Barnes to Sheriff Calloway. The one with too many truckers disappearing near Old Garnett Turnoff, underlined in blue ink. Screenshots of missing persons pages. FOIA responses. A photo of the memorial sign. A blurry shot of the ground beef tray on my kitchen counter with LOT GARN-27 in the corner of the label. If you are thinking this sounds like creepypasta, like one of those overproduced forum posts where a guy swears his small town is cursed, but somehow no one has ever heard of it, that is fine. I get it. The difference is, if you paused this video and typed half the things I have mentioned into a search bar, you could find them. Not the plant in operation, obviously, but the fire, the missing trucker entries, maybe even the memo, if the county gets around to digitizing that box. I am not asking you to take my word for it. I am telling you that when my therapist calls this a trauma narrative, she is not wrong. It just happens that the trauma has a paper trail. The fridge motor cuts out. For 2 seconds, the apartment goes weirdly quiet. Then, right on cue, the heater wakes up. The thermostat clicks. Air starts to push through the vents with a low, steady roar. Somewhere in the wall, a duct expands with that same dull, hollow bang I will never not hear as a bolt gun firing. Boom! I flinch. I always do. It is not just the big sounds, though. It is the small ones. Under my feet, the floor is cheap laminate laid on older, more honest wood. The boards underneath have their own language. Creaks, pops, tiny shifts as they settle. Sometimes when someone walks down the hallway outside, the vibration runs under my chair and makes the legs tick against the floor. Lately, there's been something else in the mix. It started as a barely there noise. One more ghost in the machinery. Lying in bed at night, I would hear it under the usual chorus of pipes and compressors. Scrub. At first I told myself it was something simple. A neighbor dragging a storage bin across their floor. A kid moving a toy box. The building settling in a way my brain decided to dramatize. Then it came back. Scrub. Scrub. Always late, always when things were otherwise quiet. The sound of something heavy and not quite rigid being pulled across concrete. Not rolled, not carried, dragged. I heard it in the hallway, faint and far, like it was coming up from the end of the building. Then, on other nights, closer, under the kitchen, under the bathroom, under my bed. Right now, it is under the living room, under me. Scrup. There it is. You can tell yourself it is nothing. I try. I count off the rational explanations like prayer beads, old pipes, neighbor's furniture, the world's loudest raccoon. Then I remember the scar of old fluid baked into the concrete behind the motel, the brown trail that led to the steel door, the way the sound felt in my bones when someone pulled a pallet or a body down that corridor. My fingers hover over the keys. The cursor keeps blinking. I'm supposed to be summarizing all of this, compressing it into something your favorite narrator can read in 20, maybe 30 minutes, with ad breaks and a sponsor code. Hey guys, Tonight's story comes from Tom, a former long-haul trucker who says he took a shortcut he should not have. I know how it goes. I have listened to enough of these to recognize the beats. The problem is, I cannot tell if I am writing because I want someone to finally believe me, or because I am trying to shove the horror into your head so it has somewhere else to live for a while. If this feels like a warning, good. It is supposed to. If it feels like a confession, that's because it is that too. The chair creaks when I lean back and rub my eyes. The cheap faux leather sticks to the back of my shirt. Over by the fridge, the light inside clicks on as the door gasket relaxes a little, then off again when it seals. I can see the faint glow around the edges, like a camera flash through a shroud. There is still a tray of ground beef on the middle shelf. I have not touched it since the night I found the lot code. It has probably gone bad by now. I should throw it out. I don't. Instead, I turn back to the laptop and start typing into the blank email body. I tell you about the truck, Evan, the detour, the diner, the motel, the stain, the stairs, the shelf of skulls. I mention the evidence. Not in detail. There are only so many ways to say, here's the part where the paperwork fails. But enough that, if you are the kind of listener who goes digging after the video ends, you will know where to start. I am not dressing it up much. The horror sells itself. As I type, the apartment keeps doing its thing. The noise machine version of the world. A car pulls into the lot, tires crunching over old salt and gravel. The headlights skate across my blinds, thin white bars crawling up and then down the wall. The upstairs neighbor laughs at something on TV, the sound muffled through the ceiling. The fridge cycles again, motor up, motor down, heater off, heater on. Under all of it, the dragging. Scrap, scrap. It sounds closer tonight. Less like something at the end of a hall and more like something directly underneath my chair. Every time it comes, it ends the same way, with two dull, solid sounds. Cop, cop, exactly like someone setting something weighty and hard down on concrete. A crate, a box, a head. The first time I heard those, I told myself it was pipes knocking. The second time, I told myself it was somebody closing the laundry room door downstairs. Around the fifth or sixth time, I went looking. I pulled the couch away from the wall. Nothing but dust bunnies and an old coin. I lifted the edge of the rug. Laminate, scratched and cheap, no hidden trapdoors. I opened the hall closet, half expecting to find a jagged hole in the floor, a tunnel, some nonsense like that. Just my jacket and a vacuum cleaner that barely works. I even knocked on the neighbor's door below me once, in the middle of the day, and asked casually if they had heard anything weird at night. Weird? How? The guy said, squinting at me. Like scraping, I said, or something heavy being dragged. He shrugged. Dude, I sleep with a box fan on high. If the world ends, I'll miss it. He smiled like it was a joke. I tried to smile back. You know that thing they say about people who see cracks in the wall that no one else notices? That's me now. I have started marking them. There's one over by the bedroom door, a thin diagonal line running from the top of the frame toward the ceiling, the kind you get in cheap construction when the building shifts. I took a pencil and drew a tiny tick mark at each end one morning, then wrote the date on a piece of painter's tape and stuck it next to it. Every few days, I check it. Most of the time, it looks the same. Some days, I could swear the gap is just a hair wider. The tape curls at the edge. A little bit of white dust collects on the baseboard below, like fine flour. Plaster, I tell myself. Drywall, old buildings shed. It does not help that when I pinch some between my fingers, it feels the way I imagine bone dust would feel. Not that I have ever handled bone dust, outside of what flaked off my skin in Garnett. There's another crack behind the fridge, just visible if you lean over and look along the wall. That one gets taped too. A little blue flag that says I see you in handwriting nobody else will ever care about. Therapist would call it monitoring behavior, hypervigilance. She is not wrong. He is not, I keep expecting the floor to give. For my chair to drop 3 inches one night with a splintering crash and reveal a hollow space underneath, full of cold air and the sound of hooks swinging. Hasn't happened. Not yet. Instead, the changes come in quieter ways. The dust line along the baseboard a little thicker. The scrurp a little closer. The cop a little more confident. Like whatever is down there is setting things in place with the practiced ease of someone adding items to a shelf they have been filling for years. I look at the Gmail tab again. At the top, my own email address. Under it, the horror channels. A line of text above the blank body. Attachments, 3. The skull photo. The memo. The picture of the LOTGARN-27 label. If you are the one reading this out loud, there is a good chance you looked at those before you started. Maybe you shrugged and assumed I faked them. Maybe you saw enough to make you uncomfortable and decided not to think too hard about it. Maybe you are reading this in a cluttered office, with a mic in front of you and a cat wandering over your keyboard, thinking about which mid-roll sponsor you are going to drop in between the part where Evan dies and the part where the plant burns. I am okay with that. I am not asking you to solve this. I am not asking your audience to storm Mississippi with pitchforks and EMF detectors. I am doing the only thing I can think of: documenting. If I disappear, and let's not pretend that is not on the table given how these stories go, there will at least be a record that I tried to explain, that I tried to point at the pattern and say, look here. The heater shuts off again. In the pause that follows, the apartment feels like it is holding its breath. Then, from somewhere directly beneath my chair, the sound starts up again. Scrurp. Longer this time. Slower. Like someone dragging a heavy crate into position. Scrurp. It stops, right under where my feet press into the laminate. For a heartbeat, there is nothing. Then, cop. The legs of my chair tremble just slightly. The pencil on the desk rolls an inch toward the edge. A little puff of pale dust sifts out from the hairline crack along the baseboard, drifting down to the carpet like ash. The cursor on the screen blinks, waiting. 7.3. The inventory you might already be part of. If this is playing in your headphones right now, there's a decent chance your life looks a lot like mine did before I took that exit. Maybe you are in bed, phone face down on the pillow next to you, screen still glowing faintly as the narrator's voice fills a dark room. There is a refrigerator humming in the kitchen or down the hall. Your floor is cheap laminate over concrete, or old hardwood over a crawl space you have never seen. Maybe you are on your couch, one sock half off, TV dark, letting horror videos autoplay while you scroll something else. The AC cycles on and off. A car door slams in the lot outside. Somebody in another unit laughs at a late night show. Nothing special. That was the worst part for me. How ordinary everything felt before it went wrong. Highway, truck, diner, motel, meat plant. I keep thinking about those skulls. Not just the way they looked on the shelf in Garnett's basement, but the way they looked in that evidence photo from 1982. The same row, the same table, the same tags. Some of those skulls belonged to people who were already dead when the fire happened. They dug them up, remember? That is what the caption said. bones pulled from the soil behind the plant, the result of prior activity. But the pattern does not stop there. Tommy's name in the motel guest book in 2019. My own filling in a skull that was cataloged in an evidence room decades before I sat in a dentist's chair. The missing truckers along that stretch of interstate. Rigs found neat and locked. Drivers gone like they had stepped out to smoke and kept walking straight through the world. At some point, Garnett Meat and Packing Company stopped being just a building with a boiler problem. You can burn a plant, you can board up a diner, you can spray over a sign and reroute a highway. That is just infrastructure. What you cannot easily kill is a system. The more I dig, the more it feels like the building was never the point. It was a node. One visible location in a network that runs deeper than concrete and brick. You can think of it like this. Every industry has an inventory system. Boxes, barcodes, lot numbers. You raise the cattle, you ship them, you log them, you kill them, you process them, you tag the product. Packed by carjacked in accordance with USDA regulations. That is the language you see. Beneath it, there are codes, plant numbers, batch IDs, shipment routes. Someone, somewhere, knows how much meat is moving where. What if Garnett never stopped counting? What if those skulls on the shelf, the ones with names and states and years, were not just trophies? What if they were records? Inventory. Heads logged and tagged, the way you would tag hindquarters or pallets. Some from people who died in that building, some from people who died before, some from people who had not technically died yet when the photo was taken. You can call it time travel if that helps. I do not think time means much to a machine that works in patterns. Truckers, especially, are patterns. We run the same lanes, watch the same mile markers drift by, pull into the same fuel stops at the same hours. We talk on the radio, share the same rumors. Don't take that ramp at night. Don't park at that rest area. Don't follow the sign for that town. If you were some thing that needed a steady supply of a specific kind of person, and you had access to routes and schedules and dispatch logs, it would not be hard to build a list. This guy runs nights through Louisiana every week. That woman pushes hard to hit her delivery window and always cuts it close near Mississippi. Tom disappears in 2019. Tom shows up on a shelf in a photo from 1982. Tom is sitting here in Columbus, in 20-something, typing this to you while something drags under his floor. Inventory updating. The fire in 1982 might have been an accident, or it might have been a cull, a way to burn down one physical point in the network and bury the evidence in a controlled way. 27 dead in one go. Memorialized. Plaque on the edge of town. Case closed. Meanwhile, whatever ran the line does not care about walls and roofs. It cares about numbers, about flow. You shut down one plant, the system routes around it. Meat does not stop. It just changes hands. Look at your grocery labels sometime. Not just the big print, the fine print. Plant codes, lot numbers. Lot, GARN-27. I did not imagine that. I held it in my hand in the too bright light of a discount store, and then I watched the obvious line, Garnett County, Mississippi, vanish by the time I got home, leaving only the code hiding in the corner like a smirk. You know what makes a good cover? Flood the supply chain. Ship product from 1,000 plants in 1,000 packages with 1,000 different brand names. Bury anything strange under a mountain of normal. A few trays slip through with a code that only means anything if you know what burned and who burned with it. Your meatloaf tastes the same. You complain about prices anyway. Meanwhile, somewhere under some floor, maybe in Mississippi, maybe under an old industrial park in another state, maybe under a building like mine. Something keeps being dragged from one place to another. Scrurp. My laptop is recording this as I write. Not fancy equipment. No condenser mic. No sound-treated room. Just a built-in microphone and the quiet of a bad hour. If the channel that ends up reading this left the gain high enough, and if he did not cut too much out in post, you might hear more than my voice. The fridge motor clicking on, the heater banging in the wall, the occasional car door outside, and maybe if the timing lines up and the thing below me is on shift tonight, the faint, almost sub-audible scrape of something heavy being dragged along unfinished concrete. Scrurp. Scrurp. I am not sure anymore. Which sounds are real and which ones are just echoes of garnet lodged in my skull. My therapist says that is part of the process. The brain misfiles things. But here is what I know. The night before I finished this, the sound stopped. Not forever. Just in a way that felt wrong. It had been doing the same loop for weeks. Far hallway, under the kitchen, under the bed, under the desk, over and over, like someone pacing a route below the floor, learning the layout, getting measurements right. Last night, it did the circuit one more time. Scrape in the distance, scrape under the fridge, scrape under the couch, scrape under the bed, scrape finally under where my head rests on the mattress. Then silence. Not the normal kind. Not the soft quiet between the fridge turning off and the heater kicking in. A thick, waiting silence, like something holding its breath right underneath me. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, counting heartbeats, waiting for the next pass. It never came. At some point, exhaustion hit me like a blunt object. I blacked out. In the morning, I got up and almost convinced myself I had imagined the whole thing. Then I saw the floor. Right where my head had been, on the other side of the mattress, on the cheap laminate, there was a mark, a thin brown streak, no wider than a finger, running in a short line from the wall toward the center of the room. Not a spill, not a scuff. It was too straight, too deliberate, like something wet had been dragged in a single clean motion and then lifted. I knelt down. The laminate was slightly rough along the line, as if whatever had soaked into it was still drying. I told myself not to. I did it anyway. I leaned in and breathed in the scent. Metal, faint and sharp on the back of my tongue, and under it, a ghost of bleach, exactly like the air in Garnett's basement. You can tell yourself it was rust, old water, something dumb that leaked from a busted pipe. That is the sane option. That is the one I keep trying on like a jacket that almost fits. But if you hear the dragging tonight, and the two little knocks that follow, remember this. Inventory isn't just numbers in a computer. It is objects in space, things in boxes, names on tags, skulls on a shelf, packages in a freezer, people lying in their beds, in their apartments, in their houses, thinking the sounds under their floorboards are just an old building settling. So here is the only part of this I will ask you to hold on to after the video ends. If, sometime in the next few nights, you hear something heavy being dragged under your floor, and two little knocks like bone on concrete, just remember, somebody, somewhere, has to keep the inventory up to date.